Council. Okay. All councillors who have turned their speakers off. The funny thing is, it looked like my speaker was on, and yet we didn't have an echo when I was speaking. There's something weird about all this stuff. But anyway, I have to ask whether you have any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else we should know before we proceed. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, apologies for my raspiness of my voice today as I'm not feeling well. I have a conflict with the short-term rentals AMPS amendment, so I'm going to preclude myself from that conversation under bylaws.
Okay, thank you. You got that? All right, that's been noted. And with that, we're going to go to our delegations. And our first delegation is from the Georgian Bay General Hospital and their foundation. I don't know who's doing the talking. So the usual procedure is to introduce yourself, make your presentation, and end before the 10-minute clock ticks over. Yeah, oh yeah, if the red light's on, the speaker's on, the mic's on. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jen Russell. I am the Director of Communications and Engagement for the Georgian Bay General Hospital Foundation. With me today is Matt Lawson, President and CEO of GBGH, and also Nicole Kraftscik, CEO of our GBGH Foundation. GBGH is vital to our entire community, and support from the community is crucial to our hospital. We're here today to provide you an update on what's happening at GBGH, and then also how the community support is having an impact. If you go to the next slide. The Township of Georgian Bay has been a wonderful partner of GBGH for a number of years, and also I want to say thanks to this council for the support with the District of Muskoka. Mayor Kraftscik, you have been a tireless advocate for us over the past couple years, and we're thrilled that you have that you have made such significant change possible for our hospital. Your constituents are getting their dollars spent in the hospital that they rely on, and we're really grateful for that. In addition to your advocacy, over the past 6 years, this council has also contributed $20,000 to equipment and technology in our hospital, in our emergency department, and we're very grateful for that as well. I'll let Matt give you an update on things happening at the hospital itself, and then I'll tell you about the community support as well.
Next slide, please. So this is our emergency department visits sorted by local municipality. Now, I will tell you that this is based on where person's permanent address is. Given the number of seasonal residents in Georgian Bay Township, we know many of them do visit us, but I think the important part is looking at that bottom line of going from 22,000 all the way up to 35,000 visits. Quite significant in terms of our emergency department. The busyness of it currently, and especially goes through quite large swings, obviously in the winter with upper respiratory illness, but also in the summer with seasonal residents, and it's quite a large impact on our organization and certainly increases the amount of demand on services here. If we go to the next slide, please. So the team at GBGH is 1,100 strong, and that represents staff, professional staff, physicians, and volunteers. And overall, we operate 113 beds. That's what our physical plant is, although I can tell you that today we're using 132 of beds, and there are patients lined up down the hallway who are admitted to our organization seeking care. That is a common occurrence at GBGH recently, given just the demographics of our region, the rapidly aging population, and the size of our organization. In addition, we were proud that we had nearly 200 births at our organization last year, and we continue to expand our surgical services, continually trying to grow that so that individuals can have surgical services closer to home. So if we go to the next one. This building I get to see every day because it's outside my office window. This is our new MRI. So the MRI was delivered in January. That is the picture on the right there, and is a full expansion of our diagnostic imaging capabilities. So this will allow for us to not only reduce the wait times for those locally, but it will take the burden off other regional hospitals such as RVH and Aurelia Soldiers as we take those patients away from their wait lists and bring them onto ours. We anticipate that we'll be running this machine 16 hours a day, 5 days a week, which should be able to serve every resident that currently is waiting for an MRI from our local catchment area, which is a huge win. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that this MRI project is fully locally funded from a capital perspective. So this is something that was entirely on our community through our foundations, through municipal contributions, and that it wouldn't have been possible without that degree of support. If we go to the next slide, please. Surgical services, as I mentioned, is something we continue to expand. We know that roughly 3,700 local residents have surgery annually that could be performed at GBGH, and they end up having to travel for it. And some of that has been access to OR time at GBGH, and we've actively worked to increase the amount of OR time. But in addition to that, surgical equipment. So on the screen, you will see on the left picture a mobile C-arm. That is why many of them are wearing lead vests in that picture. That little arm there is about $350,000. And it allows people to have procedures under fluoroscopy, and that has expanded a number of services that GBGH can offer. This includes some different orthopedic services, allows us to do ERCPs, which is a complex liver bile duct procedure that typically is offered in more urban centers, as well as it allows us to do some other additional stuff in the plastics world in terms of hands and things like that. So really large impact in terms of our ability to serve the community and our ability to meet the needs. So anytime we're looking at expanding services, one of the things we look at is what's the demand for it. And we have tons of data in the healthcare system and can see what people are having for procedures, and certainly use that as we look at expanding our services. So our goal is to really reduce the amount of travel that individuals have to incur when they're having surgical services. And it's quite disruptive to families and individuals when they have to travel for surgery. So one of the things we are really focused on is being able to offer them locally here in our 2 operating rooms that are now quite modern, thanks to support from the foundation and many others, and allow us to operate essentially both rooms 5 days a week, which is pretty standard in most hospitals. If we go to the next slide, this will come shortly after MRI. I'm hoping sometime summer, fall, depending on some approvals we need. But the addition of a mammography program at GBGH will be life-altering, quite simply. We know 7,300 residents require screening on a regular basis, and we do also know that we have some of the lowest screening rates for mammography in the region. And what that leads to on a practical basis for individuals is if there is challenges, those are discovered later in life or later in stages, which means the treatment changes and becomes more complex. And the sooner we can catch individuals that have abnormal things from a mammography perspective, the sooner we can deal with it and treat it. So this will be a huge complement to our MRI, as we'll be able to offer not only mammography, we'll be able to do biopsies same day, but also we can do high-risk breast MRI. So an individual will be able to have the majority of those diagnostic services at GBGH, not having to travel. This will also result in radiologists being located within the building to then, if there's something abnormal, they can certainly meet with the patient and explain, and then potentially proceed to doing a biopsy the same day. So this is really transformational. Up until this point, GBGH was the only hospital in Central Ontario without mammography services in the building. So this is something that we're very focused on. And if we go to the next one, mental health is something that we continue to be focused on from a service perspective. These are, acute mental health individuals. There are so many people suffering. Those that we know, I think, only scratches the surface of the individuals that are struggling with mental health. Last year, we saw 1,700 patients that had presented from a mental health concern. And we know that often what happens is they end up waiting for a bed, sometimes up to 100 hours. And if you've been to GBGH, I will show you the room. It's about an 8x9 room. It is all white walls, it's a white ceiling, and a white LED light up top with an exam bed that's weighted down. That's it. And they stay there for 5 days. It is, quite different than what the experience is in other parts of the province in terms of the wait times that we experience here locally. It is something that we're absolutely committed to continuing to work with. And if we go to the next slide, you will see this is an expansion that will be built or proposed to be built on the back of our hospital, connecting to our emergency department. It includes adult beds, also some psychogeriatric beds. So think of individuals that are struggling at home with their loved ones with dementia and delirium to the point of almost being combative, and working with those individuals to support them. And there, in addition to those inpatient beds, there also is a partial hospitalization program. I always explain this as, think of it like going to work, except you're going to work on yourself for the day. So it involves group work, individual work, etc. And then an outpatient program. And the goal of this program design is really to allow people to not slip through the cracks, to allow them easy access to the mental health system, but in addition to that, a tiered support up and a tiered support down, allowing us to meet people exactly wherever they are in their journey with mental health. And if we go to the next slide, I will say this is the big grandiose one, which is at some point, we are going to have a conversation about a brand new hospital on the land adjacent to the current site. We are actively working with the Ministry of Health, with the town of Midland, and many others around this. Our current building, I got the newspaper recently from the day it was built and the day it opened. So November 6th, 1976, I believe, was the day it opened. That building is nearly 50 years old. And let me tell you, many of the components are still 50 years old. And it is quite dramatic in terms of what the difference is between our hospital and a modern hospital in terms of not only the facility features, but everything from the quality of a room that a patient has. So in a new hospital, every room is private, not just for person's benefit, but for infection control. That is the reality that we're faced with. So this is a transformational project and is something we're excited to work on. I always call it 2030X because I cannot tell you when this will start. I cannot tell you when a shovel will go in the ground, and I certainly can't tell you how much it will cost. But these are things that are transformational for our community, and certainly will be transformational on thousands of individuals that depend on the hospital for services. I'll turn it back to Jen, who can tell you about how you've made a difference.
Thank you. I will be mindful of your time, but just on the next slide, you'll see some of the things that we were able to invest in because of the support of the community last year. Oh, sorry, one more. So the hospital now has 3 modern ultrasound machines, brand new x-ray rooms, which means that there's lower radiation and better quality images for all the patients that are going through. And also new surgical tables. So alluding to what Matt shared, we invest in equipment and technology for surgery, but also the stuff that goes in the room as well, because it needs to stay current with the new technology. On the next slide, you'll see some of the examples of things that we are investing in this year. Automated urinalysis. So automated procedures in our lab mean faster test results, which if you've been waiting for test results, you know that that's really important. Beds across the organization. Beds get old and not as comfortable, so patient comfort and safety is a top priority, and replacing those over the next number of years is going to be really critical. And medication dispensing units. This makes medication delivery safe and make sure that everybody gets the right dose from the right person at the right time. And those are going into units in those areas where we have extra patients. We need to invest in these for those spaces as well. On the next slide, you'll just see the foundation last year quietly began working on a 5-year capital campaign to raise $20 million, which is going to address a lot of those projects that Matt talked about, our investment in acute mental health, mammography, and ongoing annual equipment. It's called We See You, Inside and Out. It really refers to the staff and the team at our hospital seeing the patients and the community and wanting to care for those that are suffering. It talks about the community seeing the hospital and wanting to invest and make sure we have the best healthcare organization that we can locally, and also just together strengthening our hospital for the future. So very last one, this is really going to be a transformation for North Simcoe, for healthcare, and dare I say South Muskoka. And we're looking to the entire community and beyond to support these projects and really make a difference for Georgian Bay General Hospital. So we'll leave it to questions for you guys. Thank you again so much for having us and allowing us to share this with you today.
Well, thank you very much in sharing this information with us. Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you for the report and presentation. It's very good. You answered one of the questions I had written down, which was when was this hospital originally built? And I think you said November 1976. And prior to that, I think the hospital was a rather large house down on Midland near the shoreline. I don't know whether it was a Playfair house or something like that. It probably was originally. But just a little bit of history there, because you're almost 50 years old. And that's rather interesting to me in particular. And I won't bore you with the details other than I'll leave that out. But this 22-acre site that you talk about, is that part of the land that's owned now? Like there's a big parking lot there, for example, and well, that could take a building. So I'm wondering, is it adding on in this $100 million or $200 million or whatever? Is that adding on to what's there, or is it a completely different site that you're thinking of?
So the proposal that Georgian Bay General Hospital has submitted is on the 22 acres is adjacent to the current hospital, just to the west on the way to Penetanguishene. So it's all on the same land. So our current site is about 23 acres, which will include the parking lot, the existing building, etc. Right beside it is a 22-acre forested building, or forested lot that we would be proposing a new expansion on. This would be predominantly new. There may be some reuse of existing facilities that are current, such as the emergency department, which was built in the early 2000s, but predominantly new.
Is it your land now, though?
The foundation does own the land. So we have the land, which is a huge benefit in terms of a planning perspective. And from my perspective as the hospital CEO, I can't see that hospital moving for the next 100 years if we move ahead with this plan.
So that was pretty good even in 1976 to have all that land.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. And I also wanted to thank our mayor for everything that he's done up at the District of Muskoka. And for those that don't know, the Township of Georgian Bay has over the years supplied funding to Bracebridge, Huntsville, and Gravenhurst for their hospitals. And that comes directly from our taxpayers' dollars. The support that was needed for our township was at GBGH, and through the hard work of our mayor and district council, we have some great funding coming forward. So it's important that everybody know that we're beginning to start supporting the hospital that we use. And a 42-year member of the Township of Georgian Bay residents, we've used this hospital exclusively for a number of years. So everything's appreciated from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, again, apologies for my voice today and some sniffles that you may hear or cough from time to time. I've had the opportunity to visit GBGH multiple times, and you know, the unfortunate reality is many of my constituents were there, hence the reason that or the impetus for you know being there. I can see how much our community leverages the hospital, and I fully support this hospital in its scaling and growing. I do have a question though to the presenters here today. Our municipality is comprised of predominantly seasonal residents, and I'm curious to know what the discharge or relocation policy is for seasonal residents who don't hold a primary residency here in the municipality. And so allow me to give you an example. Let's say one of my residents, or one of my constituents rather, is a seasonal residence. Their primary residence is in Toronto. They get ill and they come to GBGH because they're up at their cottage. They require long-term care, and perhaps long-term is subjective. I may define long-term to be, let's say, greater than a week of hospital care. What does that look like? Do they get relocated back to their local hospital in Toronto, or are they able to stay at GBGH? Over to you. Thank you.
Through your worship. Unfortunately, I have to give you I always say, lawyers always say this, but it depends. Truly, we try and work with every individual that comes to our hospital and make sure that we take care of them in a way that we can. Some will potentially be put on what we call a repatriation list or an interfacility transfer list to go to where their home hospital is. So whether that would be Markham, Etobicoke, or wherever. Some will remain at GBGH. It really is dependent. Often where the individual presents in our emergency department, especially in a situation like around that week mark, usually it takes a little longer than that for us to get people out of our organization back to the GTA. Usually the GTA is happy to send them north, quite frankly. But it can go both ways, but typically we try and take care of our own, and that includes our seasonal residents.
And if I may, your worship, with a follow-up question. Thank you. On that note, of course, the question is rooted from a constituent that contacted me, concerned about their family member being asked to relocate as they were ill. What determines relocation potential versus a stay? I'm assuming the severity or the nature of the illness, and that brings them there to you. But is there a classification and or a prognosis that suggests anything below this, they can be relocated out?
So it can happen in a few different situations. So as I mentioned today, we have a number of additional patients in our organization that we are lining up down the hallway. So one of the things we do look at is those people who may not have a local address here. In addition, we know that hospitals across our province have a number of individuals that we call an alternative level of care patient, or ALC. These are individuals who no longer require hospitalization, but where they need to go may have services at home, or maybe they need to be in a retirement home, and it takes a while for those individuals or those things to get coordinated. We also see a number of long-term ALC patients for long-term care where they will wait truly up to a year in a hospital waiting to get to a long-term care bed in at their request. In those situations, we would often try and work with a facility at their home address to have that individual wait at their home. We do not force individuals to do that. It is always a conversation because I think it's really important that we have that to maintain capacity for all residents of our communities.
Great, and thank you. And if I may conclude, your worship, again, I feel that the province needs to step up and start supporting our hospitals. I do fully support GBGH, and thank you for your presentation today.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, you had an additional remark? You're going to go back to the story?
I'm not going to mention any names. I just wanted you to understand that it's rather interesting that Councillor Graziano talked about the seasonal residents, because the funding for the current hospital came from the work of two people, seasonal residents in the Township of Georgian Bay. Just so you know.
Appreciate it.
In case you need money in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to follow up very briefly on the comments of Councillor Bocek, is that we were able to convince the district that of all district households, 7% of them are closer to GBGH than anywhere else. And further, we were able to convince them that 7% of all the monies they collect for funding hospitals should be going to GBH, not somewhere else. So and for those listening who happen to be in our northern section of our township. Perry Sound serves 5% of district. Let me start again. Perry Sound serves 5% of district households, and so 5% of hospital funding in the future will be going to Perry Sound. And of interest, the two big hospitals that are within the district, Bracebridge and Huntsville, there's not a single household in our township that is closer to one of those hospitals versus Perry Sound or Midland. So I'm thrilled that the district now is recognizing those facts, and they're doing it based on driving time. Because I think, unfortunately, the stats that you collect are based on OHIP card addresses, and there's no reference to where that person actually came from. Could have been a car accident right outside the door, even, and they may have a OHIP address in Windsor for all we know. Like it's a tough job, I know, for you to determine for the seasonal residents, which are 85% of our residents, and 50% of district residents are seasonal, and so it's tough to measure their use of hospitals, unfortunately. But we greatly appreciate all the services you provide, and I'm greatly and I'm thrilled that going forward, our tax dollars, I can say this to all our residents, our tax dollars, the amount of it that's designed for hospitals, will be going to the two hospitals that serve our township, and I think that's exceptionally important. And to quantify it, because district is going to be collecting a heck of a lot of hospital tax, I call it. They have a much fancier term, hospital tax, because the province doesn't pay for hospitals the way they should, or not fully, or they don't pay for any of the equipment, for instance. They're collecting a lot of money over the next, I think it's now 13 years. The share that should be available for the GBGH at the end of that collection period is $6 million. And that $6 million, I mean, not technically, but effectively came from the residents of this township over the next 15 years, 14. I don't know what the date is. It could be 2037. I'm not sure what the end date is because they keep changing it. But anyway, so, we by that time, you might know what's happening with your new project, and you might decide this will be part of the down payment on a portion of that project. But that's for the future. But in the meantime, thank you very much for your presentation. It's greatly appreciated. I'm impressed that Jen, you be able to surround yourself with two CEOs. Well done. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for coming. Okay. David Milne Legacy Project, Mr. Breckbill, and groupies. And peanut gallery then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council, for listening to us today. We included this just recently in our already prepared presentation because if any of you follow the Globe and Mail, this is the first time they have recognized David Milne as a Canadian artist for their Christmas pick for their Christmas picture. And I know that David Milne over the years has not been the most recognized artist, but he certainly is one of Canada's most renowned modernist painters. Very, very similar to the Group of Seven. And so I thought that it was very worthwhile to bring this forward to the council so that hopefully we can understand how important David Milne's connection to Georgian Bay Township is. We recently were made aware that the copies of the David Milne paintings that the Historical Society had put together and used as a fundraising effort in restoring the David Milne cabin. After some work was done on the walls of the foyer of the Township building, that they weren't going to be rehung, and making way for some other artwork that is important to the Township and our area as well. So in any event, I just thought I would fill everyone in again, remind everyone of a little bit of a background about the Milne cabin, its connection to an effort that was made by the previous councils and the Historical Society. The Historical Society was approached by, or the Township was approached by the owners of the David Milne cabin, which still existed on 6 Mile Lake, if they would like to have it. And, so we could recognize the historical and cultural differences, having one of Canada's greatest artists living in our community, which he did for over 6 years, and painting many local scenes. And so the council asked the Historical Society to undertake this project. And it involved a lot of volunteers and a lot of time spent. And the community embraced the idea, and we had several fundraisers, and the efforts and the financial contributions by the residents of the Township and the Historical Society was really good. And the AGO, which they're the custodians of much of Milne's work, provided official copies, which we had to purchase, digital copies, and under the condition that they be displayed for public viewing. And we didn't auction off the paintings. We asked people to donate to the project. The only thing they got out of it was that their name would be on the painting as having donated and supported the project. And we had them reproduced really to museum standards. And Mr. Mayor, I think you attended the opening. We had other counselors and David Milne Jr., David Milne's son, and we had a very nice event there. So the importance and the relevance to the community, if we could have the next slide. Thanks. It recognizes the interest and the contributions made by the community, particularly those who sponsored the paintings, knowing they would be available to everyone, not just themselves. And so we had the previous mayor who sponsored paintings, a couple of previous counselors, and then other members of the community that have saw the importance of this. And a lot of these people that contribute to that are the volunteers that we use today for so many things within the township. And we've listed, as you can see, I won't go over all that. I'm sure you've all seen it. So we feel that David Milne paintings are somewhat unique to Georgian Bay Township. He actually lived here for 6 years and owned the property on 6 Mile Lake for many more than 6 years. And again, it's a significant part of the legacy of a great Canadian. And so what we're requesting, if you can go to the next slide, please, is we do recognize the wish to display other themes and objectives within the redecorating plans. And we did look around to see where else around the community we might be able to display these. And we found none that were either safe, and I'll specifically mention that we looked at putting it up in the Petro-Canada area and they were very skeptical that they would remain safe there. And we looked at putting them in the Baxter Community Center, but we felt that having them in the foyer of the municipal building here would probably still be the best place to have that. And before the lobby was redecorated and painted, they were all displayed there and behind the front desk, and it allowed for really good public viewing. And so in any event, if you go to the next slide, you'll see that it was indicated to us that in this redecorating process that this cabinet here, pardon me, may have to be removed or would be removed. And currently now it has a display of the Georgian Bay Township Historical Society and the MacTier Railway Society. Now we've spoken to, in a separate initiative, we've spoken to MacTier and we've spoken to the Honey Harbor Historical Society as well. And along in the barn, we have 3 window displays, and our pathway that you very kindly gave us the money to complete will go right by these. We've suggested that we designate each window for a different area of our township, and we've spoken to representatives from both of these organizations, and they're pretty excited about that. And this is something that we, as soon as the pathway is done, and the windows are ready to go right now. So we feel that even though the MacTier Railway Society won't have this display case, they'll have it over at the Brissett House barn, and they seem pretty happy about that. So if that's removed, what we suggest is consolidating the Milne paintings into one location, forming kind of a gallery. And this allows for the remaining walls to be used for all other planned displays and themes which you desire. And we provided, if you just go to the next slide, we've just provided a mock-up of what this might look like. And this is to scale. So what is there would absolutely work. And in any event, we'd like to work with the council and the staff here if this proposal looks interesting, so we could discuss it. And so that's what we would like to do. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them for you.
Thank you. Precisely in your 10 minutes.
I'm trying.
Council, I'll start with Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, congratulations on everything the Historical Society has been able to do for us. I would love to be a part of it, but during my term as council, it would be a conflict, as well as the SEGMAG, which when I'm finished, I'll be a part of, trust me. This is a very important
I'll remember
aspect,
that.
a very important aspect to this township. You know, my wife, my son's friends, brother-in-laws, we were all active in moving that Milne cabin down to the Brissett Park. It's been received very well by the community. It's been received very well by visitors to our community. And I think this just is a good extension of what you've been able to achieve in the past. So from this councillor, I support it 100%. And I think it's great that we take and separate this a little bit, because it is such an important part that it'll really contribute to the lobby, that's for sure. So thanks for all your work, guys.
Thanks. We feel that way as well.
Thank you. Councillor Pretko.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Thank you for coming this morning as well. I think our historical societies throughout the township are vitally important for residents and visitors to know the hardships that our original settlers in this area went through. When you see a winter like this, you know how hard they worked in a cabin like David Milne's cabin. So I appreciate and I understand the value of what you're trying to provide. And my only thought and observation would be, we've got many walls inside the council chamber as well. And I don't know what the overall conceiving of the decor and the display of information and artifacts, but could a section of the council chamber be used if there's an issue with the front lobby area? So consideration for staff in the future, but I appreciate what that might bring to the front lobby, but I can also appreciate that some of the other historical societies may want to have ample space to show their artifacts as well. So I just want to be cognizant of that fact, but I appreciate what you're presenting today, and I understand the value and importance of it. Thank you.
Well, thank you. We would be open to any ideas that anyone has here. Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your presentation and for all the work that you're doing. I do have a couple of comments for you, hopefully helpful. I'm going to tell you a quick little story about something that happened just before I joined this council back in 2015, I guess it was January. But in 2013, the federal government put up $7.5 million to celebrate the 400th anniversary of Samuel D. Champlain discovering Upper Canada. He actually didn't really, I think Etienne Brûlé did, but nevertheless, that was the funding that was there. The town of Penetang got 5 out of that $7+ million. The township of Georgian Bay did not apply for anything. Samuel D. Champlain paddled right down through township of Georgian Bay to Penetang, and we didn't take advantage of it. A lot of money that we missed. So I just wanted to say that there are opportunities, but we have to be aware of our history. And when I asked about it at the time, there was no knowledge about Samuel D. Champlain amongst our staff, for example, which was most unfortunate, given that he discovered Upper Canada supposedly, and really quite something to me to think that we missed an opportunity like that. So there's a beautiful waterfront in Penetang that was built with that $5 million, but we missed the boat, so to speak. So I wanted to talk about that. There are monuments, by the way, to Champlain in Point of Arrow, Sans Souci, Cognachine, and I think there's one in Honey Harbor. I'm not sure that Champlain got quite that far over when he was paddling to Penetang, but nevertheless, there's a monument there as well, celebrating that discovery of Upper Canada. So I wanted to mention that. The other thing is that we need to remember in terms of funding and thinking about our township is that one other major point I would say is that in our township, the Group of 7 did a lot of painting in 2 of our communities, in Cognachine and Gohom Bay. In fact, you may or may not be aware, but one of the properties in Gohom Bay, they had to remove a lot of the walls from the living room in a cottage, and they were murals painted by the Group of 7 and put into the National Gallery. But nowhere in our foyer or anywhere that I'm aware of are we celebrating that fact. The Group of 7 spent quite a bit of time, some very, very well-known Group of 7 paintings. I think the Group of 7 would be probably the most famous Canadian artist that one could name internationally, and we haven't paid any attention to that. I draw your attention to that as well, and ask you to think about that. There are 4 or maybe 5 of the Group of 7 that painted here and came many summers prior to the David Milne efforts. It was sort of in 1912 to 1922, 24, something like that. So when the Group of 7 was here, they did stay with other seasonal residents on the bay, but spent a lot of time painting some wonderful paintings. A very famous one called Stormy Weather Georgian Bay, and there are many others as well. So I just draw that to your attention. I'm sure you're aware of it, but I think it's important that maybe we need to do something to toot our horn, so to speak. Thank you.
If I could respond to that, I would like to, and I appreciate your comments very much, Councillor Cooper. And we are aware of the cottage up north. We actually are. The name escapes me now, but McCallum and yeah, and they had requested our historical society to come up and look at that cottage to possibly be designated as an historic site. And we did spend a lot of time up there. It's absolutely beautiful. It's an amazing property. The murals that are there now, which are, of course, reproductions of what were originally there. And I think it's kind of interesting that when they moved them to the National Gallery, they actually created that exact room to put the murals in, so that it was a fair representation. And apparently Dr. McCallum, who was a patron of a lot of the Group of Seven members, and Tom Thompson as well, supported them. And down in the Don Valley, he had a studio that he, as a patron, he provided for many of the Group of Seven, who were, of course, the very proverbial starving artists of the day. Only got good recognition later on. So we are aware of that. And after all of our efforts to designate the cottage, they decided against that. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't display Group of Seven paintings. And I agree with you that they're very beautiful paintings, and a lot of them were done when you look off of the island where the cottage is. We actually could take a Group of Seven painting and see a view that was almost identical to the painting. So, 100 years later, almost, the craggy pines coming out of the rocks and stuff, there was one that was identical to it, and we were just fascinated with it. But at the end, they decided not to do anything. And we certainly would be willing to pursue that as well. We have limited volunteers, which is always the problem. And getting to the Champlain part, we were early in our in the historical societies when they first began. It's actually that plaque in Honey Harbor at the town docks actually came off of a rock on Royal Island. It was bolted to a rock on Royal Island. It was stolen, and one day showed up on Peter Grisey's doorstep, damaged and in very bad shape. And one of the first projects we did during the time that we were moving the Brissett House, we took on sending that plaque out at our expense and getting it restored, and then obtaining a rock from the construction of the new Highway 400, having it hauled to the Honey Harbor town dock and installed. And that was all the Historical Society that did that, with the good graces of the Georgian Bay Association and such. So we are aware of that, although I wish we would have been aware of the money that was available to do that, because we weren't. We were babes in the woods, and we just decided we would use our volunteer efforts. And I had people that we were going to have help us, give me the cross when I'd come near them, because they knew I was always asking for money. And so we are aware of that, but
I think we should bring the conversation back. It's been a pleasant tangent, but
yeah,
I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Graziano, who I think I can count on bringing it back to the topic at hand. Councillor Graziano.
Yeah, thank you. And I would strongly love to, or excuse me, I would recommend that in future I'd value a conversation with Councillor Cooper, as well as Mr. Breckbill with respect to our history. It's incredible learning all the history that we have here. But to summarize my comments, I can't see a much more better way to commemorate our local artists' history and culture. David Milne, specifically a 6 miler and close to my heart, as I'm a 6 miler myself as well, contributed quite a bit to our community and was a active participant in it. So I would strongly support this. I would love to see some of his artwork showcased on our within council, but either in chambers or outside in the office as well. So Mr. Breckbill, if you require any additional assistance, please let me know, but I fully support this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of comments, and then council, I have a drafted motion for us to consider. One, I love the idea of having display cases available outside of this building for the MacTier and Honey Harbor Historical Societies. I think that's fantastic because we know a lot more people will be walking past those buildings than actually come inside here. So I think that's a great thing that you're including the rest of the township with those display cases. I'm highly in favor of that. I was thinking, one of those David Mill reproductions actually hung in my office for a while, and then I was told it wasn't a public enough spot, which kind of saddened me. But there you go. But I do have a Tom Thompson in my office, so I mean, not one that was painted in Georgian Bay, and I think that we'll have to address that somehow and get one that was actually painted in Georgian Bay in my office as opposed to just the artist. But
We have a real Tom Thompson.
Reproduction, not a real. No, sorry. I wish. Yeah. No, a reproduction. A gift that I received that I really appreciated. But no, I the idea of displaying these so that everybody can see them again, I think it's a very important project. So the motion I have, everyone, in front of me that's been drafted is moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Whereas the Georgian Bay Township Historical Society presented a request to the Township of Georgian Bay regarding the display of the David Milne Legacy Project, be it resolved that Council directs staff to provide a report regarding the display options for the David Milne replicas and associated costs. All those in favor? And I'm seeing enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your presentation. And let's get that artwork visible again somehow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council. Next on our list is the consent agenda. The list of all the items is very impressive, well over a page worth. The great majority is minutes. So I'm going to ask council if there's any items that they'd like to be discussed before we pass any motion on the consent agenda. Councillor Predko and Councillor Graziano. We'll start with you and then Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. Through your worship, I would like to have item O removed from the consent agenda until after new business.
Okay. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and it pertained to item N, specifically the resolution tracker. I'm seeking an update from staff, and perhaps I can request it offline. So maybe to spare time today, given that we've had some lengthy delegations, I can reach out to staff with regards to a follow-up on Leduc and the engineering study on Leduc, and when we might be able to address repairing it. So aside from that, though, no, thank you.
All right. So thank you, and I think I appreciate Councillor Graziano you taking that offline. And I'm sure that between you and CEO Mariotti, you can get the update you require at this point. And given Councillor Predko's request, I now have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council adopts the consent agenda of February 3rd, 2025 as circulated, excluding item O. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And item O, for understandable reasons, Councilor Breckbill we'll get to a little bit later on our agenda. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Anyone sign up for open forum? Okay. Communications from mayor and council. And I'm going to basically reverse the order of December. So we're going to start with Councilor Cooper and move along and end up with Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, Mayor. So we have 2 months to cover here. I'll try to keep it brief. December was a little bit quiet in the sense that there's a lot going on in the month of December outside of council, but I do even attend the Committee of Adjustment meetings on Zoom to watch them. So that was on the 13th. Of course, district council meetings, several of them. I think those were, interesting, but challenging at times. And what else have we got here? In December, we also had a special council meeting in December as well. So I attended that. And then in January, we had some meetings, including on the 9th, the 10th, budget meeting. What else did we have? Let's see here. The 14th, there was another meeting with the Township district on the 16th, the district dinner that evening. What else do we have here? A few other things. District on the 22nd, and on the 28th, I attended a Zoom meeting with the waterfront working group that we have set up to take a look at planning issues. So I attended that meeting on the 28th. And I think that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilor East.
Thank you. So yes, our last meeting was on December 10th. That's the last regular council meeting. We had 4 since then on the December 24th, January 9th, 14th, and 24th. All very interesting. I had an opportunity to have a face-to-face meeting with Chris Hyde of MECP with a couple of our residents to discuss the exceedingly high phosphorus readings around Brandy's Island. Hopefully there'll be more to talk about on that at another time. As you know, I was assigned to the Muskoka Watershed Council Council, and I've had and attended 2 meetings there. Also, almost daily discussions with residents. But I wanted to talk about, just for a minute, if I may, Mayor, regarding some technology that we should be embracing in our meetings here. I had an opportunity at our working group meeting that Councillor Cooper just referenced to record the meeting, pipe the recording off into a voice-to-text technology, pipe that off then into ChatGPT to generate a summary of the text into a discussion summary into action items. And the key of all of this is only mouse clicks from me, no work from me, just mouse clicks. And the result, totally transparent results of the meeting, completely void of human filtering, and virtually instant results for immediately sharing that with the group. These tools are available to the Georgian Bay Township, and according to our IT department, Mark Jones, we have no reason not to use them. And so I think that is a topic which we need to discuss and embrace, because as we know, AI technologies are the hottest thing in the marketplace. And when I saw what you can do with them firsthand in the way of generating phenomenal results, I think it's absolutely critical that we embrace it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to make it brief. Mother Nature seemed to have hindered most of my ability to attend different events throughout the riding. So I spent most of the last month and a half digging out, and I, have pictures of my 4-year-old daughter with snow well over her head. It's been an interesting last couple of months. But with that said, of course, I attended all the special council meetings, along with the personal meetings that I've had and or that I chair. Pretty quiet month from a constituent standpoint. Most of my constituents seem to be south of the border right now, enjoying some sunshine, and hopefully they'll be returning soon and bringing the sunshine back with them. But aside from that, that is my report for this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis is not here today, so I'm going to skip to Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. So my last few months, apart from the meetings that have been mentioned by others already, dealt with calls from residents about snow clearing. I think that was one of those ongoing things for the last 2 months. And I think our township has done the best job they can dealing with the massive volumes of snow they've had to move and remove. There's also earlier in January, the District of Muskoka moved forward with its waste management plan for 2025 with removing bin sites and adding lakeside collection. So there was quite a bit of interactions with residents in the Go Home Lake area about concerns with that and how that's going to be rolled out. I know we will have more meetings in the coming weeks to get more information from district on how they're going to implement that program. But I will say that the residents remain skeptical. And otherwise, one area of interaction with the community has been trying to help facilitate the signing of memorandums of understanding with the township here and elsewhere for the 6-Star Snow Riders Club up by MacTier. And it's been a struggle for them with changing rules and systems, both internally to their own club and as well as with the provincial oversight. But I am happy to say that as of last weekend, they were finally online on the maps and they were being recognized as their trails, not yet open, but in existence. So great strides, and thank you to our township and Greg Mariotti, our CAO, for helping facilitate some of those movements on the file as quickly as possible. So thank you. And that's it for me.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, this was quite a busy couple months for us. I'm going to start off by just letting everyone know what we do up at District and how we're effective. And I sit on both the CAPS Committee and the Health Services Committee. Councillor Cooper sits on the EPW, and he's done countless amounts of work up there on solid waste for the island population in Go Home Bay. And doing a very good job at it. Councillor, our mayor, Peter Coatsier, sits on the finance committee, which kind of ties all this together, and he understands finance a lot better than all of us. At the Health Services Committee, mostly concentrated on the 3 hospitals on the Highway 11 corridor, and the funding, the I'll say outrageous, but the amount of funding that's going to the Fairvern Senior Center up Huntsville Way. And the CAPS Committee deals with about the same thing. Locally, my main focus and concern was about shooting on near Tower Road. And there's a group of folks from the city, a large group of folks from the city, that come up with semi-automatic and fully automatic weapons and fire off about 10,000 rounds per weekend, hitting people's houses, destroying bridges, hitting hydro towers. So at this meeting, we had the Ministry of Natural Resources, the OPP, Hydro One, and a huge turnout from the community to give their input and try to find a solution to all this. The OPP don't seem to have a solution. Hydro One is in the same position as us, but it looks like the Ministry of Natural Resources, through their CO, may be able to get some signage and that up there to help the residents up in MacTier. So that's my report. Lots else going on, but that's the main items. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, my abbreviated report, I'm going to start with you mentioned the shooters and all that, and I mean, I went up to Mactier. I've been up to Mactier a number of times in the last couple of months. Each time there was a snowstorm, so it made the drive more interesting, which actually is as strange as it sounds, I rather enjoyed getting through the snowstorms. But one of the things I did last week, or is it 2 weeks ago now, went to the Roma conference in Toronto, and I was able to get some time with Graydon Smith, our MPP, and one of the topics that we talked about was the shooter situation, because unfortunately the most recent correspondence from the MNRF was basically that they aren't they're not going to do anything, and but I think our MPP is quite keen in something getting done. But of course, a couple of days later, an election was called, which means that we have to be patient until March. And which it's anyway. Well, I won't. That's enough editorial on that. I also spoke with him with regards to the waste management situation, and again, good conversation. Wait until March. And so we're working on that. And other than that, there were the usual meetings. I mean, and last week, for instance, I was at the Muskokan Area Indigenous Leadership Table. To me, I always enjoy that meeting, and the fact that we're, in many ways, that leadership table is the. It's surprising how many other communities are coming to us to understand how we made that work, and how they can do something similar. And as simplistic as it sounds, it's like have conversations. Things move forward after you've had conversations. Anyway, I think that's enough. It was a very busy 2 months and a half, 2 months since our last update. Fortunately, some of that busyness was family, not just office, because it was the holidays, and I got to end with just taking my hats off to the crews that have been keeping the roads open, because the amount. I mean, I was talking to a few of them last week. And they're saying, like, some of them have never seen this much snow, have never seen snowbanks quite that high. And, talking about, having to bench, as they call it, the snowbanks, where they take the top half and push it away. That's not something that normally happens. But in spite of all the snow that we get, normally we just the plow can go by and get it done. But now if the plow goes by, they're pushing snow against the bank that bounces it back. So it's quite the it's been quite the winter, and hats off to those who have been doing all the clearing. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good to see you. Morning, Council. I'll just briefly go over a summary as to what I wrote as part of my monthly update to Council. So really, in terms of staffing, as Mayor Coetzee has mentioned, this winter has been pretty tough on staff and equipment, because obviously the equipment works really hard as well. So we've had some breakdowns and trying to limp along with some equipment issues, but they're being fixed pretty quickly. But just to give you an idea, Mactier has been hit even way harder than down here in Port 7. And normally staff will remove snow once, at most twice in a season. We're already at 4 times now. So there is going to be a slightly higher cost incurred this season for snow removal, and we're having to bring in some contractors just to help the township staff, because they're really at their limit right now. They're working non-stop. As Council knows, we've started a search for a Director of Operations position, so we'll be interviewing in the next couple of weeks. And so hopefully we've had some pretty good candidates, and we've got 6 candidates in the first long list. So that's promising. As you know, it feels like it's been a long time ago, but just wanted to remind us that we wrapped up union negotiations in record time. That was a great accomplishment within budget. So that was really good. We worked very well with the union to get another long-term agreement in place. And last but not least, Council's aware that staff are spending a fair bit of time on various OLT and legal matters. So we're working feverishly behind the scenes to juggle all these various files, but that does take some time and effort. As Councillor Predko mentioned, staff did work on finalising the snowmobile agreements with the six-star snow riders, so that's good news. And as Councillor Bocek was talking about on the firearm discharges, we're working very closely with the OPP and the MNRF. So right now we're engaging with the MNRF, as Mayor Coetzee has mentioned. Mayor Coetzee is engaging with MPP Graydon Smith, but we're pushing really hard to get a common sense solution in place as soon as we can. Just an update for Council regarding parking at the Port 7 Park for 7 Township residents. The plan is to go ahead again this year for a maximum of 50 passes. As we did last year. We feel that it was a success, and our neighbours in 7 were very grateful for the ability to purchase some passes for the Port 7 Park. So the plan is to go ahead with that again this year. And lastly, we are very pleased to announce that for the first time in quite some time, we're going to be opening up keeping the arena open, the ice open, over March break. Which I understand that in the past the ice would have been out by March break, but this year we're going to do something different. We're going to keep it open, and we're going to try and promote that time over the March break to try and generate some interest for the community. And that's about it.
All right, well, thank you very much. Now we're on to staff reports. In our first staff report, Mr. Bondar, I see you sitting there, so I presume you're going to talk to us about the 2024 Bylaw Department Annual Report.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. Just pulling up these slides here. So yes, my presentation today will just be an overview of our annual report for the Bylaw Department for the year of 2024. Just before I start, there will be some slides that some of the information is not completely up to date, exactly with some of the short-term rentals information, just because throughout the time from the report being submitted to the time that it's currently active, there have been some minor changes, but for the most part, it's fairly accurate. So to provide some overview, in 2024, the Bylaw Department operated with 3 full-time staff and 2 additional contract staff. So 1 supervisor of municipal law enforcement, Karina King, 2 senior municipal law enforcement officers, myself and Jillian Forbes, as well as 2 student municipal law enforcement officers that we hire from May to September, primarily helping with parking, our influx of calls, and as well as weekend coverage. We've also worked right now with our HR department. We've currently already held interviews for 2025 for their summer students as well. So we're hoping to get those candidates selected shortly and run with the same staff size for 2025. As well, in 2024, there were some large projects that the Bylaw Department accomplished, one being the short-term rental bylaw. So we were able to register 78% of all active short-term rentals, and an additional 11% still working through the process. So almost bringing up 90% of all active short-term rentals either being registered or having information to us. As well, we implemented the AMPS program and converted 8 bylaws and counting moving throughout the 2025 year, which was a success. There'll be some more information on a slide moving forward. And as well, we did create some winter parking signage to notify residents and guests. You'll see that at some of the exits of some of our more notorious winter parking scenarios, one being South Gibson Lake there. So now our fire danger rating signs, one flipped, once it becomes permanently low throughout the winter, there is winter parking signage just to notify individuals once they go down that road. And I do actually have a photo on a later slide to show. So an overview for calls for service. So in 2024, there is a total of 233 calls for service. On the right side of the screen, it's broken down by bylaw. So you can see at the top for this year, we've categorized property standards and clean yards together. Just they typically entail sometimes some of the same matters. So that was the top one for this year. with signs and animal control coming in second and third. And usually year over year, we do see a change in what the primary bylaw that we're usually dealing with. So in 2022, it seemed like animal control was the large one we were dealing with. In 2023, it actually was signs. And this year it did change over to property standards and clean yards. Some of one I will say there, burning definitely did decrease this year, and the major factor of that was that we weren't in a burn ban like we were for majority of 2023, which definitely does keep our calls down a little bit more from typically where they may be. Parking enforcement. So the township issued 528 total parking tickets. Out of that, 338 were paid, being 64%. 101 of them were defaulted onto the owner's license. 33 of them were challenged in court through the POA system, and 52 of them are still open. Through that, there's a revenue of $31,521. From the time of this report, there was about 12 more of those open tickets sent to default onto the owner's license, so that number has changed a little bit, but the paid and challenged in court has stayed the same. So as I mentioned before, there is an overview for our AMPS program that started in 2024. So there was a total of 90 AMPS issued in 2024. 12 of them still stay open. 3 of them were sent to collections. They were individuals that do not have an address with the township. If I'm not mistaken, all 3 of those were illegal dumpings conducted at different townships where we were able to collect some information based off the license plate and in conjunction with the provincial police. 44 of those were closed, and 31 of them went unpaid and onto taxes. So with the new tax bills being sent out shortly, there and invoices being sent, we have been noticing some residents contacting us about these unpaid fines. On the bottom left there is categorized by bylaw. So you can see the large increase there for short-term rentals at 62. And on the first slide, there wasn't that many short-term rental complaints. That's with us registering all these short-term rentals. There was proactive enforcement by the bylaw department to get the cooperation with our members of the public. So that's why there is an increase there for the short-term rental AMPS. Increasingly as well, so for screening reviews, so out of the total of 90, there was 19 that requested a screening review, 21%. Those screening reviews go to our screening officers. They make a decision based off the evidence that the officer provides, and then decides to either uphold, reduce, or cancel the ticket. And out of all 19, 4 of those went to a hearing appeal, so 21% again. Those 4 have all been handled through our hearing officer, Deborah Hall, who works out of Bracebridge, and they were all upheld and now just waiting for payment to be made based off the time frame that was provided. Provincial Offences Court. So as you can see, there's not much on this slide, and that's because of the implementation of AMPS. The benefit is that we're able to keep a lot of these fines and enforcement within the department instead of sending everything to the court system. So only one Part 1 ticket was issued. That's for parks and public places. And then there was also 3 Part 3 summons issued, 2 for feeding wildlife. There were Part 1s issued in previous years. It was just a continuing offense, so a summons was issued for further enforcement, and 1 zoning related matter. I won't go too in depth on short-term rentals just because we did bring a detailed report to the Committee of Whole in December. But in February 2025, there are a few changes coming to the short-term rental bylaw on Council's agenda. 1 for allowing bunkies to be rented along with the primary dwelling, as well as a $100 building review fee for all new applications coming to the township. As I mentioned before, this is just the current stats for short-term rentals that do differ a little bit from what was presented in COW in 2024 in December, with 78% being registered, 3% awaiting payment, 4% are received. We have just 1 working on it still. Some are stalled. We do have non-compliant ones still, and only 1 now is an unknown location, which is significantly decreased. We're able to work and find some of those ones just with some aerial mapping and property information. Just to make you aware, the biggest change that we've seen to date is that our non-compliant has significantly dropped. There was an influx for some reason at the beginning of the year where some listings where people were inactive decided to come back online, and actually not at the fault of the owner, but more actually these rental companies put like a period of pause and they reappeared in 2025, but we've been able to manage a lot of those recently. So to go over license and permits, the largest license registration that we do have that was an increase from our previous years is short-term rental. As I mentioned, 107 were issued. Dog tags, we do have the lifetime dog tag now, so 34 of those were issued as well. One wrecking yard, which is the same individual every year up in MacTier. Parking permits, 790 were given to Georgian Bay residents, and as our CAO had mentioned, the conjunction with Severn Township, 41 of the 50 allotted were retrieved by Severn residents, so almost all the parking passes they were allowed to get were actually taken, which is good to see, and them using our park. And as well, we were issued 3 sign permits this year. Just a brief overview as well with the Ontario SPCA. So we have a contract with them for a kennel to assist with any large dogs or any issues that we have with animals within the township. So this year there was 3 dogs impounded at the OSPCA. 2 of the dogs were caught by staff successfully and actually adopted out. No owner came to retrieve the animals, but it was a fast adoption process. And we did assist with 1 dog being surrendered with the OSPCA with 1 owner in the township who had reached out to us looking for some assistance. An overview here as well of our bylaws and amendments that came forward in 2024. So we did have 4 new bylaws and amendments, one being the AMPS program. Our animal control did change, especially when it came to the new dog park that came towards the Baxter Ward Community Center. Our site alteration bylaw had an amendment in regards to failure to comply with an order, and also the new public docks bylaw that was implemented. As well, at the bottom of the page, you can see all the bylaws that we've currently implemented into AMPS. 8 of those were done in 2024, and the dark sky one is currently ready to be adopted today by council, and that was discussed in 2024. So the last for my presentation here, some 2025 projects and what the bylaw department is looking forward to completing. One is we're working with renewals for the 2025 short-term rentals. We're currently working with our IT and communications department to create a more seamless application process through our website. We're trying to work with some more community outreach in partnership with the Georgian Bay Public Library. We're looking to update more winter parking signage. That's the one that you can see there. Located at some of our locations. We're also trying to look at some of our signage for Port Severn Park as well for the upcoming year, and some updating and reviewing of the following bylaws: firearm, sign, parks and public places, and property standards, which are some larger projects that we're hoping to accomplish coming up. And that's the end for me, and I'm open to any questions you may have.
Well, thank you very much for that report. Council, I'll see Councillor Bochek's hand, followed by Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Good presentation. I'm wondering, in your projected projects to do in 2025, I've been asked by a lot of constituents to have a review of the fire permitting bylaw, and their questions are related around what's the difference between everybody having a permit and nobody having a permit, would be one. And why provincially, if a fire is not bigger than 3 feet round, 3 feet high, and used for cooking or for heat, you don't need a permit, yet in this township you do. So 2 key things that probably you could take away. And if you're going to do a review of the fire permitting, those would be 2 very key things that our constituents are worried about. I appreciate it. You can get to me anytime on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just a couple of follow-up questions. One, going back to your stats and the differences from 2022 to 2024, you had indicated that the decrease was likely attributed to burn bans and the fact that we didn't have any extreme burn restrictions last summer. Is there any other areas that were significant in the drop from 2023 to 2024?
Through your worship, if we look at the stats there, so in 2023 we had 312 complaints, and then 2024 we had 233. So one would be burning, there was a significant decrease, but the other one was signs. So during the summer months in 2023, we actually did have 3 students operating throughout the summer, so there was a lot more proactive sign approach or sign enforcement being done. So our off the top of my head, our signs in 2024 were at 43. I think they were upwards of 80 or 90 in 2023. So with that plus the burning, those were probably the two major ones that showed the decrease into this year.
Okay. Thank you. And then one comment on parking signs as well for the summer. As we're looking forward and getting rid of the bins at Go Home or at Miners Bay parking lot, my understanding from Commissioner Steele from the district is that they are going to place the trucks where the bins currently are. But if the bins aren't there and people are parking where the bins are, those trucks aren't going to be able to park. So there's going to be some consideration and coordination with the district later in the spring about how you enforce no parking on certain days or hours in that parking lot. And then my last comment for clarification would be to our CAO, Mr. Mariotti, and that would be for the revenue on the Severn Park passes that went to Severn. I believe it came to council for us to approve the sale of those, but those aren't reflected in the stats from the bylaw enforcement presentation. Can you just confirm how that money was collected and how much we collected?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Kutsia, I can confirm that there was a fee that Severn had agreed to pay, and that's $150 per parking pass, up to a maximum of the 50 passes. So I should have been clearer during my my oral update, but that there was revenue collected there from the Township of Severn, and it worked very smoothly last year. And we had no negative impact on the ground, if you like, last year, which is why we figured we would repeat that process again this year.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
I put my hand down. Question was asked and answered. Thanks.
Oh, okay, well, then we'll go straight to Councillor Cooper, please.
I think my question was asked and answered, but I just wanted to understand what I saw there was zero revenue and something like, was it 600 or 700 or 900 parking passes? And is that what you were referencing here, CAO, that some of those would be in fact ones that were issued to Severn Township, or have I got that wrong?
Through you, Mayor Kutz, the passes issued to Severn Township were 40, 41 or 47. I think the other passes are passes that we give to our township residents for free.
To use the Port Severn splash pad park, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, and any other parking area as well. Yeah.
And
any other parking area.
Any other parking area. So
That's,
we're charging for burn permits, but not for parking anywhere. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Kutsia, I believe there was a lot of discussion on the parking component, and there've been several staff reports. So at this point in time, no. The parking passes are free for our ratepayers.
Thank you. I'd like to hear what sort of report we're going to get on that, because it sounds a bit uneven to me. Only those that are in a certain adjacency to certain parking areas, where many others are paying for their parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on this report? All right, not seeing any. I think thank you very much for that report. I appreciate all the data. It's interesting to see how it fluctuates from year to year, so you don't know quite what this year may bring. But appreciate all the work. Thank you very much. All right, our next item was sorry, I was point of order. Oh, so I have to
just point of clarification here. The original content of that item said that it was being brought forward because the item had been deferred. And I thought our policy was that when something is deferred, it has to come back to the next meeting. And I'm wondering, are we breaking policy here?
Research is required to answer that. You're referring to item B.
Yeah,
Okay, while we're looking into that, I forgot to read the motion that follows the staff report. So I'm now going to say, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council receive the 2024 Bylaw Department Annual Report for information. All those in favor? All right, we got that carried.
so if I could.
It sounds like you're trying to make a motion to receive a report.
Very smart.
I don't know whether you go for whole packages or not, but on page 165 of the previous package, it talks under report highlights that this report is a follow-up from a deferred report. So I'm wondering, pardon?
I don't.
Anyways, what I'm trying to get at here is sometimes we adhere to policy, sometimes we don't when it's convenient. We have a policy that we never pass a resolution following a delegation, but we just did that earlier today. It's not accurate. We've been prevented from, anyways, I won't argue that one, but a deferral, as far as I understand, is something that must come up at the next council meeting. And the report was written, then it was withdrawn, and I'm interested in both policy and why it was withdrawn.
Clerk Way.
I can respond to the policy. I would need to find the resolution, which isn't the actual resolution number is referenced in the report for me to cross-reference it. So now I have to go back and find it to find out if it was actually deferred or referred. If it was referred, then it doesn't matter on the timing when it comes back.
I understand. I'm just, the text in the report that was written in the previous publication of our agenda package explicitly says that it was from a deferred report. So anyways, secondly, you can research that. I'd like to understand why this was pulled.
CEO Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kutsia. I can speak to that. Ms. Schneier, who's the author of the report and who's been really involved in this, is sick, and she has been sick for quite some time. And during that sickness, there's been some additional information that's come to staff's attention. So that's why the report is being pulled. We want to make sure that the report that council has in front of it is the fullest possible, and that staff who are involved in it are able to answer the questions as fully as possible. So that's why it was pulled. We didn't want to push this through. We wanted to make sure that we do a very good job on this file.
Could you help us understand what the intention is, the plan is for bringing it back?
Well, it really depends on staffing resources. We would ideally like to bring it forward at the next council meeting, because we do know that the clock is ticking for this year. But at this point, I can't answer that question. My hope is next month.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our agenda then is 10C, Elder in Residence. Clerk Way.
Thank you, Your Worship. Earlier in 2024, staff were tasked with developing a consultation policy for our Indigenous communities and Indigenous neighbors. In conducting research and reaching out to the Métis Council, Wata, and Moose Deer, it became clear from their perspective that having a policy was very much a European settler approach to this topic, and not something they were interested in not engaging in. If we wanted to have a policy, that was certainly acceptable, but not something that they would support actively. Instead, what they recommended was to have a knowledge keeper in their terms, or an elder in residence who is a consultant, so to speak, that we could go to on an as-needed basis. Would be retained, kind of similar concept to that of an integrity commissioner, and we could reach out to them on an as-needed basis, like I said, when we have situations that arise that we would need that consultation piece. So this could be a broader spectrum policy, or it could be something similar to a specific matter that staff are addressing at that point in time. So, and this knowledge keeper, this elder in residence, isn't necessarily a resident of one of our Indigenous communities. It'd be someone who is knowledgeable with Indigenous history, likely Indigenous themselves in some capacity, but not necessarily. It could be a lawyer, it could be an educator, it could be, you know, a varying degree of individuals, but there isn't really a precedent on how we would go about looking for this. But this is the direction. If this is something we were to move forward with, we would need budget to do so, which is part of the consideration for the report.
Thank you very much. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll kick off the conversation. While I appreciate the suggestion for having an elder on staff, and I'm not against in principle, I'm not against the idea in order to help understand and allow us to be sensitive on topics that may be requiring further consultation. My concern here is acquiring and or having someone on retainer, if this is what I'm assuming it is that we're looking to do here. I don't know what the costs are because I'm looking at the financial considerations here, and there are no financial considerations at this time. Excuse me, my apologies, wrong report. The financial considerations down below are $30,000 to be included in the 2026 budget. The concern that I have here is it's 30 grand that we can otherwise reallocate towards reducing our fees and or supporting the community in other ways. We, as a council, I'm perplexed, to say the least, when it pertains to our approach here, because we, on a monthly basis, acknowledge our land acknowledgement at the onset of our council meetings. And we all have embraced reconciliation collectively. I can assume, I'm not going to speak for my fellow councillors, but I assume that we all have embraced reconciliation. And I think we should be taking as council a common sense approach to Indigenous relations within our community. And I want to cite a good example as to where I think we have failed. We have a Métis woman in MacTier who sought a license of occupation to access water immediately opposite of her home, and we declined her after numerous attempts. She is Métis, and according to the Constitutional Act of Canada, she is entitled to this, but we declined her. And we still today continue to decline her based on our license of occupation policy, not paying or considering her status as a Métis. So do we need an elder to tell us that we have missed the opportunity here to embrace reconciliation and to embrace our Indigenous community? Do we need to pay $30,000 to a person for them to advise us that what we have done is opposite of what we try to articulate on a monthly basis? I while in principle agree that perhaps it's great to have someone we can reference with when need be, I think the first step, and it's a free first step, is to apply what we actually articulate in our meetings and really truly embrace reconciliation by helping our Indigenous community members achieve what it is that they're looking to achieve, such as access to the lakes and waterways, and allowing them to have a boat and somewhat of an access point for a dock to achieve or to access their boat to enter into the waterways as well. So that's my common sense, and that's my comments for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I find this a little perplexing as well. I really think this should be the responsibility of the District of Muskoka. Within the District of Muskoka falls a number of different areas, the Wata Mohawks, 12 Mile Bay, you have Moose Deer Point, as well as the Métis population throughout our township. This sounds like a district responsibility, and the finance is responsible to our district. And I'm sure within their scope and their reach, they would be more than happy to take something like this on if they're not already doing this. So I'm not thinking this is something that our township should necessarily put as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pedko.
Thank you, and through you, your worship. I just wanted to offer a slightly different perspective. I think what previous councillors are saying is that there are opportunities for us to learn more about the sort of the rules and the traditions of our Indigenous neighbors, and without having somebody as a reference, I don't know when we would be aware or not aware of situations that we may be overstepping. So I think a case the case that Councillor Graziano brought up, so we have a resident who has a perspective, but I don't think our staff who tried to take I assume a balanced approach to these things knows all of the factors and implications, and a resident with a situation may have knowledge of that, but I think there's some verification and maybe understanding the broader picture that can be brought to staff, so they have a broader support basis to make decisions, and we can be cognizant in other situations where we don't have somebody local speaking to us, that we can give good guidance to council, and we can make decisions and policies for our township that are respectful in areas that we're not aware that we're not being respectful. And that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'd just like to get clarification from our CAO with respect to this $30,000 and the suggestion that has come from Councillor Bocek. I really don't see any reason why the district couldn't step up. And that doesn't mean we couldn't have that person in our area, merely that they fund it. So is there has a request gone in and been denied, or no request?
Through you, Mayor Coutier. Well, this is actually some good, good discussion. What Councillor Bocek brings, and thank you, Councillor Cooper, for asking me the question. It's definitely something that we can approach the district, maybe through the Milne a topic of discussion at Milne. Just taking a step back, so this council had a resolution for staff to go and develop a policy. Okay, this is how it started. And so what we did as staff is we actually reached out to our First Nation neighbors and asked them, does a policy make sense? And this is when our First Nation neighbors said no. And this is what their suggestion was to bring in an elder in residence, or someone with Indigenous background and Indigenous knowledge to help and mediate these kinds of circumstances. So to do that, we dug around and we estimated that was the cost as a retainer. But I think it's a very interesting topic to pursue with the district as a whole. Is maybe there's an elder in residence for the district. Yeah, a policy really. If we were to go ahead and implement a policy, that would go against the wishes and the recommendations of our First Nation neighbors.
Follow up? Well, thank you for that answer. And it sounds like we haven't necessarily asked. But I would say that, when I look at the sort of analysis of the return on investment from our district dollars that we send over there, this would be a good example of where they might be able to help us out for a change. And I'm not always seeing that. So this would be a good way to do that. And I think Councillor Bocek might be able to carry that for us to a certain extent through one of the two areas that he's involved with. I'm not sure it comes under anything that I'm involved with, but maybe our mayor could also help us with that. So I'd love to see I'm not disputing the merits of doing this whatsoever. I'm merely saying the funding might be reasonable to expect it to come from the district. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, I my thoughts on this were, I'm not so sure. And the reason I say that is, well, I think having an elder on retainer could be very interesting, useful, informative. My concern is that, you know, in our township alone, we have a Mohawk nation, we have a Potawatomi nation, we have Métis of various backgrounds, if I can use that phrase. And different groups have different approaches. I mean, one of the things that we've been hearing recently from some of our Indigenous residents is that there is discussion around what rights Métis should have or not have versus Indigenous, and those sort of discussions, of which I don't pretend to be well informed. But I make that point in the sense that our discussions with one group could be quite different than our discussions with another group, simply because they're coming from different places. They're of different nations. They're different historical backgrounds. And if we were to spend this money, whether or not we get some of it from district or it's our own money, I think I'd prefer it being spent on education than on one particular individual who may or may not be able to advise us on some of the situations that could be presented to that individual because of differences in backgrounds or perspectives. And so I'm hesitant simply because I don't think there is, it's a little bit different than putting a lawyer on retainer. But even if you put a lawyer on retainer, they will sometimes say, I can advise you in this area, but I can't advise you in that area because I don't have that expertise. And that's my concern here, is that you know, we may find a situation where we may want to hire somebody to advise us for a particular situation, but that's different than having somebody on retainer, and that's sort of my concern. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship, and I think you make a valid point. Having someone that we can work with on an a la carte basis on individual issues, and I envision somewhat of a larger issue that might be requiring some deeper consulting would make sense, both from a fiscal standpoint as well as you know, from our own time. However, on day-to-day occurrences, you know, again, I just want to reiterate, we can apply a very free tool. It's called common sense. And if we have an application come before council that is, and the applicant is of Indigenous background, we should apply what we constantly preach in both our land acknowledgement as well as in the principles of reconciliation. So we don't need to pay a substantial amount of money to apply common sense and allow for, you know, what is being requested. Suffice it that, you know, it's not going to be a structural issue or a health issue or anything along those lines. So I agree with you. I think on an a la carte basis, it would make absolute sense. And I would welcome that if in the event that staff were to bring a report back saying, hey, on this particular issue or topic, perhaps we consult with an elder. And I would very much welcome staff engaging the district to determine whether or not they should have one on staff. And frankly, I'm a little perplexed that they don't, if they don't. You know, I think that as our upper tier municipality and parent, as part of the fees that we receive or that we pay, we should have that ability to consult with an elder through or vis-a-vis the District of Muskoka. So thanks again.
I think I'll make one additional comment to that. I mean, district does have their Muskokan area Indigenous leadership table, at which a number of chiefs do sit, as well as senior representatives from those communities. And it's informal in one sense, but it is a form of consultation. And I think that in certain matters, they sometimes direct us, they being some of the Indigenous members, to sources of information. So it's not the same thing as having a consultant on retainer, but they are definitely making directions.
Worship, if I may. Thank you. I just in the context of the example I brought forward earlier with regards to the Métis woman living in MacTier, would we be able to bring this issue and seek consult with the MELT format, or is that more on an individual basis? And that's, I guess, the differentiation.
Generally at the leadership table, it's a more general as opposed to specific situations that are discussed.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to read the motion, and it's moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to engage in the RFP process to retain an elder in residence, Indigenous knowledge keeper, who can assist Council and staff as needed to provide knowledge, awareness, and guidance with Indigenous input. All those in favor? I have one vote in favor, so that is defeated. Thank you. All right, I'm going to suggest, because I'd like to do by 11 o'clock, that we take a bio break. I have right now 10:53, so let's come back at 11:05, please. Yes, Councilor Cooper.
Quick point of order. I was waiting to see the agenda to see if something was covered, and it hasn't come forward from my perspective, and that is that in August at our committee of the whole, we voted on about 6 items that were process improvement related, and I have not seen anything on that since. I'd like to understand when that's going to get dealt with, because it's certainly not on the staff report today, or wherever it was going to be to deal with that. Maybe our CAO can respond to that.
You, Mayor Coetzee, I think I'm going to pass the buck on this one.
You saw her hand hovering. Clerk White.
Thank you. Staff are aware of those. They're tied to other resolutions that were passed in July and August. We've begun the training, and council gave us a direction that we weren't to bring forward any of the policies until the training was completed. But because of the number of meetings we've ended up having in January, that has put a delay in scheduling the remainder of that training. And there's been other matters that have taken precedent over finalizing that training before the policies and procedures can come forward for amendment.
So we've done some training, but there were some other very specific items in that list that we haven't moved on. And is that not correct?
They're all tied to policy and procedure changes, though, is my understanding. Off the top of my head, they're all tied to policy and procedure changes.
Well, I'm not convinced of that. So
Okay.
I'm just concerned that we haven't dealt with it, and it was 6 months ago. That's my concern. And so I'd like to understand when we're going to start dealing with that. Thank you.
And a point of order, if I can, Your Worship, as well, in line with Councillor Cooper's.
Councillor Hazelton had his hand up, and then Councillor.
Oh, sorry, I can't see Councillor Hazelton, so I apologize.
No apology necessary.
You can go first.
He's passing over to you, Councillor Graziano.
Oh, well, thank you, Councillor Hazelton. Just very quickly, and then in the same line as Councillor Cooper's concerns, I believe in a November council meeting, our clerk advised that the unfinished council business format would be kicking off sometime in February. I believe we're now in February, and we do have some time in order to schedule that meeting and kick off those meetings, those bi-monthly meetings. I'm wondering whether or not the clerk has it on her agenda to start scheduling these meetings going forward. And if so, when can we expect the first inaugural meeting to kick off? Thank you.
Clerk White.
Through your worship, as you're aware, there have been other matters that have taken precedent over those meetings that have occupied a substantial amount of staff's time. So at this point, I don't have a date, and these things were not foreseen when those commitments were made in November, and sometimes we need to adjust accordingly.
Follow up, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I can appreciate that there are other sensitive issues that have taken our attention. Um, I believe this was supposed to kick off in August of 2024. We're now February 2025, and I'm just curious to know when, Madam Clerk, do you feel it would be realistic that these meetings kick off?
I'm not in a position to make a commitment to a date at this point in time.
Councillor Hazelton.
Sorry if this sounds like piling on, but we explicitly articulated a request to have Rick O'Connor come. He has. It was my observation that there was very little staff requirement to prep or deliver that session, given that it was Rick O'Connor. We also explicitly asked for IC Craig to come and meet with us. I would suspect that a similar very low effort on staff to prepare or participate or post session work. And so I do understand that there are a lot of other things going on here that are new, but I would suggest that these training sessions from Rick O'Connor and IC Craig are of low effort for staff, and that we should probably look for a scheduling request to find out our availability for it. As I say, I doubt very much that there's very much staff time on that.
That would be an incorrect assumption on the amount of staff time required. It's not just a matter of scheduling a meeting. There's a lot of prep work that goes into those training sessions from staff's perspective as well as the trainer's perspective, because they need to understand all of our current policies and situations that we're facing and council's concerns. So there's a lot of time in advance of those meetings, setting them up, emails back and forth with them, understanding what the current issues are, as well as meetings with us directly in order to provide history and background prior to those meetings taking place.
Councillor Cooper.
I just want to make an observation that in terms of priorities, I thought that the council was in charge. I wonder who's driving the bus, because I'm hearing it's not council's priority, or is it not staff's priorities to get some of these things done?
I think we're going a little too far down. I mean,
Well,
you've
I'd like
made
an answer.
Okay, I'm going to give you my answer.
Well, let's hear what you have to say.
I think we have now made very clear to staff that we're keen on moving, or some councillors are keen on moving forward on some of these projects that were initiated last summer. I understand that. But I also think we need to understand that things have come up since then that took priority, that had an absolute sense of urgency about them. And we can't expect staff to address the urgent matters and these other matters at the same time. I think the suggestion that staff hasn't been working hard on all these projects is inappropriate, but I think we've made the message has been made fairly clear by a number of councillors that they like these projects to move forward. So staff have heard that. Councillor Graziano, did you want to make some remark before we have our break?
I do, and more so a question. I'm a solutions kind of guy, and so not only addressing a problem, but perhaps bringing a solution. I wonder whether or not we can bring forward, and it's perhaps a rhetorical question, but a question nonetheless, a motion to have a budget line item set aside or an amount set aside for perhaps a third-party clerk to be retained when our clerks and our staff are bogged down with other important issues, to keep the momentum and continuity happening. The resolution specifically that I had moved back in August or prior to August was identified August as the commencement date. It passed council. We're now 6 months forward, and I understand that staff within that 6 months time have not had the time available to them to be able to coordinate a meeting for council. And so perhaps the solution here is that we set aside a budget that allows us to retain a third-party clerk who can participate in these meetings. So when we do have a council present and we are advancing the business, that we are covered, but we're still not drawing on the resources of our current staff and taking away from their priorities that are hindering them from being able to achieve this. So my 2 cents, maybe we should look at that and set aside some cash to engage a third party clerk from time to time when needed. Thank you.
Any response or no?
I don't think that would be a solid option. Again, that involves more time dealing with the consultant as opposed to having the momentum within a clerk's office. If you wanted additional staff within the clerk's office, then we would need an additional staff member. But as you recall, when we brought forward the budget for 2025, not all of the requested staff due to the workload across the departments were approved for budgeting reasons, which is another reason why our clerk's office has been attempting to manage with 3 full-time staff members.
I would like to end this conversation now and go on break that we called 10 minutes ago. And but I think staff has heard that there from council, 3 council members, that they are keen on the work that initiated back last summer get moving again. So now I'm going to call a break and we're going to reconvene at 11:15, please. let's bring this meeting back to order, please. And the next item on our agenda. Oh, sorry. Yes, Clerk Way, you have a clarification for us before we move on. Thanks.
Sorry, thank you to Councillor Preco, whose searching skills apparently are quicker than mine. The mat tax was referred back to staff, not deferred, so that would have been just a misuse of words in the report.
Right, thank you for that. Our next report, election sign bylaw. Clerk Way, you're planning ahead.
Well, the plan was to plan ahead. However, we're currently in the provincial election cycle, so I don't know. I wasn't psychic on that situation. The District of Muskoka clerks, generally our election sign bylaws have been fairly consistent. Municipalities across Ontario are seeing the same increases of sign issues throughout their municipalities. We haven't had them the same impact the last couple of elections just due to the number of acclamations we've experienced here. Also, the number of waterfront properties makes an impact on our use of signs. That being said, basically the biggest change is not permitting signs on municipal boulevards and having a restriction on the distance of how close signs can be on a single property. But besides that, the sign bylaw is the same, and we would like to bring it into AMPS as well.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Your Worship, I'm going to recuse myself on this matter. I may have a conflict.
All right.
Thank you.
Clerk has noted. Any other? Councillor Predko.
Sure, and my only question is around timing, which you brought up already. So since we're in the middle of a provincial election and there may already be some signs posted, is there any concern that changing the bylaw mid-election would influence people's perception of the process or affect anybody's signs that have already been placed?
Staff aren't aware of any signs currently that have been posted. If there is an issue with that, we will make sure that education is key. We're not going to, take someone's sign at this point in time, knowing that we may be changing this partway through. The election, when's the election date is February, isn't it? February 27th, so the bylaw won't be coming forward to March. Anyways.
That's fine then.
Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cooper.
Just the section on setbacks from roadways and paved shoulders and etc. There's nothing in there about waterways. And so it's not regulated, in other words.
Correct. Well, yes, but it also stipulates that you can't have it on municipal land. So
Say again?
you can't have it on municipal land. So if you own your shore road, that's different. If you don't own your shore road, then you got to put it back.
Yeah, but if you have a dock.
Yes, you could in theory be on the end of your dock. Yes.
You can have a marching band and signs and.
I don't know if you'd want a whole marching band on a dock, but
Well,
depending on the size of the dock, yes.
There you go.
So, in other words, next election campaign, go to Councillor Cooper's place because there will be a marching band. There'll be entertainment built in.
Free beer.
Oh, well then. Councillor Bochuk.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. I'm just wondering if this is all encompassing because we've seen, well, Councillor Cooper knows because there was a motorhome completely signed with all the candidates, which moved from area to area to area. So that became a sign on municipal property or municipal roads and that kind of stuff. So I'd like to see a little more regulations when it comes to signage, I guess would be the best way to put it. Just so we don't look like a circus.
If I may, yeah. So the signs on a vehicle would have to be able to be removable. So if they were parked on municipal land, they would have to take the signs off. And if they were parked on their own land, then they could put the signs back on.
Point of clarification on that, if I may. Since I know exactly what you're talking about, having been one of the councillors with a sign on this vehicle. And we couldn't be parked in the Port Severn Park, but you can be on a district road. Just for clarification, all you have to do is move your sign. There you go, or your bus. Thank you.
All right. Yes, it's interesting, these sign laws and the little fine print. I do remember a certain clerk in our past taking great glee of taking a sign or two down that she felt was not in an appropriate spot, but that's fine. I don't see any other hands. I have moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council accept the draft election sign bylaw as presented and it be brought forward for adoption. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right. And now we're going to talk about access to non-urgent health care for residents of Georgian Bay Township. And that's our CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee, and good morning again, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss an important matter concerning access to non-urgent healthcare for our residents here in Georgian Bay Township. So I'm here to present the recommendations as you've read and provide you with an overview of the current healthcare landscape that we face. To begin with, we're recommending that Council direct staff to continue diligently monitoring the healthcare needs of our community, and we'll remain responsive to these needs as they evolve, because obviously pre-COVID, post-COVID, things have evolved here. Furthermore, we propose to continue working closely with our partner stakeholders to maintain an active awareness of these ongoing healthcare requirements. Additionally, we believe it's vital to embark on a dedicated communication campaign. As I said in our report, we need to inform our township residents about the healthcare options that are currently available to them, and we do target the completion of this campaign by the end of the second quarter of this year, executed by our communications department. So diving into the current healthcare situation, I'd like to highlight that Georgian Bay isn't unique really in facing non-urgent healthcare challenges. Our neighboring regions share similar circumstances. However, we do have several accessible options providing essential assistance, whether it's through at-home help or clinics located within reasonable distances of our residents with permanent road access. An effective communication strategy would greatly benefit our community by raising awareness of these existing resources, and thereby we'd enhance our residents' ability to access the necessary care. So significantly, we're fortunate to have a solid framework already in place through community paramedicine in Muskoka. The initiative focuses on allowing residents to remain in their homes while receiving necessary healthcare support. It also aims to bridge any gaps in their healthcare plans without duplicating existing services, thereby enhancing the quality of life, overall health, and alleviating caregiver burnout. In terms of partnerships, our discussions with the Cottage Country Family Health Team and the Township of Muskoka Lakes have revealed some promising synergies. A joint effort with these partners could help expand healthcare resources available at the Port Carling Clinic. This expansion would open up both rostered and non-rostered patient services, improving access for Georgian Bay Township residents. And when we look into accessibility, I'm pleased to share that the majority of our permanent residents are, on average, within a 20-minute drive of healthcare clinics. Residents in Port Severn, for instance, have access to clinics in Coldwater and Midland, while those in Mactier can walk to their local medical centre or travel to additional clinics nearby. And for those unable to travel, existing district programs offer at-home assistance, ensuring no one is left without essential care. But we still have some challenges, like our neighbours. Many healthcare teams require patients to be rostered, which limits access for seasonal residents. And so we are committed to addressing this by working with the local healthcare providers to broaden access to as resources allow, particularly if we're able to secure additional capacity in Port Carling with the Township of Muskoka Lakes. Financially, it's worth noting that current services are funded through our existing taxation levy. So should we wish to engage with private service providers, this would involve additional costs, which are summarised in the report, if that's a path Council wants to explore. So in conclusion, the healthcare is fundamentally a district managed responsibility covered by the taxes our ratepayers already contribute. Our township can also leverage the district's Health Services Committee to request additional healthcare assistance when necessary. And moving forward, I recommend we develop a strategic outreach program to effectively inform our residents about the healthcare services currently available. And while we lack municipal space for dedicated medical offices, partnering with neighbouring municipalities which have existing infrastructure is a viable solution. Rest assured, our staff will continue to work with external stakeholders to ensure that Georgian Bay Township residents continue to receive the healthcare services they deserve. And just on a final note, Mayor Kraftscik and I, together with the Township of Muskoka Lakes, did have a delegation at Roma on trying to secure funding for additional staffing to be able to, bring in-house more nursing and primary care physicians to help township residents. So thank you all for your attention and welcome any questions.
Thank you very much for your report. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. I have a bit of a tic-tac-toe going on here on my notes, so bear with me as I go through each point, if I may. First and foremost, I think the intent or the impetus of my motion that was brought forward to council and subsequently referred to staff was a problem of getting doctors. We have a community that's growing. We have phases of development that continue to grow, new people and new transplants coming into our community. And there will likely be more very shortly or very soon with the developments that we've passed. As well as that the OMB have approved. And with that, the demand on healthcare is going to become even that much more stronger. So the issue is right now, people being able to receive medical care from a licensed practitioner, someone that can actually administer drugs that can, take care of them beyond what they're currently receiving right now. And with that said, I believe the stats are that 41% of Canadians have or at some point will go to the eMERGE to address something that a doctor can address or should be able to address. The problem is that they just don't have access to doctors and can't just walk in and be seen by a doctor. And as such, the intent of this, and I'm going to use the terms that are defined here, this paramedic service or paramedicine service is to reduce it. It's a proactive attempt to reduce the eMERGE usage. That's its intent. It's what it was designed to do, is to try to find a way to reduce the amount of people walking into the eMERGE for non-life-threatening issues. In 2009, there was a study in Nova Scotia. It was a pilot that included NPs and paramedicine. So they actually adopted the two in parallel to each other. And they found that it reduced the eMERGE use by up to 40% in a rural area of roughly around 1,240 residents, 50 of which were older than 65. And so when I look and compare to our full-time residency, perhaps we're 2x that amount full-time. But with that said, the pilot included an NP. So this is where we should focus our attention. It wasn't just paramedicine, rather it was a nurse practitioner in collaboration with the paramedicine units that allowed them to be able to achieve this. Further, the empirical data suggests that paramedicine, although not purely there to address traumas and acute issues, in fact do. The majority of their calls are to respond to these types of situations. So the majority of their calls are for traumatic or acute issues, and they are of course, pulled away for the lower triaged issues that people call for. Now, with that said, and again, it was a lot of research done here, there is a fundamental difference between what paramedicine can offer and a nurse practitioner can offer our community. Okay, paramedicine cannot prescribe. They can offer, emergency services. They can offer some services that an NP can offer, but they cannot act as a doctor and or prescribe medicines to people when they are having issues. The concern that I have is that when I look at this at a macro level, I see that all roads seem to lead into Port Carling. Our MacTier ambulance station is being redirected to Port Carling, and against the chagrin of the community in MacTier. We're now being told that perhaps there's a means in which we can collaborate with Port Carling and Muskoka Lakes to bring NPs there rather than in our community. And I have a concern with that. Why are we working towards bettering other communities when we should be focused on our very own? I think that's our fiduciary responsibilities as counselors, is to look at what's in the best interest of our communities, not others, and how to scale others. I understand that there could be some cost efficiencies by way of sharing resources, but at the end of the day, we have our own communities to focus on. So, carrying along, there's a couple of mentions here that I'm concerned with. Number one was that it takes roughly 20 minutes to access healthcare, and that was outlined in the report here. And I beg to differ and say, what was that 20 minutes calculated on? What season was it calculated on? Because this would be addressing our full-time residency. And as we know, right now, there's about 6 feet of snow piled up in any bank that you look at. And the roads have been horrendous over the last 2 months. I would beg to differ and assume that it's going to take probably 4x that amount of time in a snowstorm, blizzard, or post-blizzard snowstorm for anyone to seek medical attention, with the roads being the way that they are. And so in the end, while I would say that a communication strategy is likely a prudent first approach to say, hey, this is what we currently have at our disposal, I personally strongly believe that we need to really look at finding a way to bring an NP into our community to address our residents in our backyard. And I believe that there are facilities that could make and be available. I mean, Baxter is a great facility. We have the MacTier Arena. We could do pop-ups. We have potentially the facility right next to our township office where the library is currently housed, and so on and so on. There's ways that we can find room to do pop-ups periodically. So that's my 2 cents. I don't want to walk away from bringing in an MP. And lastly, I do find it somewhat strangely ironic that to CAO Mariotti's point, there was a delegation held by our municipality, amongst others, and neighboring municipalities at Roma with the, and I'm going to quote, Parliamentary Assistant to the Minister of Health, Anthony Lombardi, met with Mayor Peter Kutsier, Township Georgian Bay, Mayor Peter Kelly, Township of Muskoka Lakes, alongside staff of the Rural Ontario Municipal Association Conference today to discuss additional funds to secure more nurse practitioners and doctors. I'm assuming, gentlemen, that we attended that meeting so we could seek some funding to bring an NP into our municipality. And I would hope that we would stay true to that and continue by looking at finding ways to bringing an NP here into our backyard rather than someone else's. Thank you.
Thank you. For clarification, that delegation included not only nurse practitioners and doctors going into Port Carling, but also into the nursing station in Wataw, which is about as central as you can get between MacTier and Port Severn, and that much closer because it's the same organization that serves both locations, just for your information. If it was strictly a Port Carling request, we would not have participated.
I appreciate that, Your Worship, and I'm just reading verbatim what was written on the social post. Thank you.
Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. My questions and comments are directed towards our CAO. As you know, we had a nurse practitioner in the building next door, and all the equipment was donated by our community. It was unsuccessful and moved away. And I'll give you a little bit of background on this, and I think this is something that you could endeavor into survey. The permanent residents here in this township that have been here for a long time have established doctors in Coldwater, nurse practitioners, Midland, etc. It's the new communities, the Oak Bays and things like that that have moved in the last 10 years don't have any access. So everybody I know here that's been here 30, 40, 50 years, we have doctors. We all have doctors. It's the newer population that don't have the doctors or the ability to get health care. That's the first point. So the demographics of who's getting it and who's not getting it, I don't think are really clear at this point, and we should probably do a little bit of work on that. The second thing is the most growing aspect of the medical community is mental health. I didn't hear anything in the report about mental health. We have a lot of youth in this township that really needs support. And I can add to that, that through the District of Muskoka and through the health services, there will be a bus coming to Georgian Bay Township that will provide mental health or deal with mental health issues. And it will be scheduled or asked to come to our township on a regular basis. So this was approved maybe 6 months ago at District Council. So I think we can look forward to some sort of support in the mental health portion of this. But we're talking more about physicians here, nurses and physicians, where I think we should be including mental health as well too, being a very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. I seem to be always dwelling on history, but I don't see anything in this report about certain services we've had in the past. I heard Councillor Bocek make reference, and I recall very distinctly even a bunch of numbers around the kind of services we had or did not use, actually. I sat on the Health Services Committee for the District of Muskoka starting in January 2015, and somewhere in about a year and a half period, as I recall, there was a health hub opened up here in this administrative building, and there were several of them opened up in the District of Muskoka. And unfortunately, in the case of this location, it was received virtually no use at all. It was one person per week, so to speak. And so that was unfortunate. Around the same time, I'm sort of a bit foggy exactly when, but there was also, I believe, a psychologist or a psychiatrist had an office here as well. And once again, little business. To the point, I remember somebody telling me that there were people coming over from Midland to get the ability to work with a psychiatrist or psychologist, whatever this person was. And that's where they were coming from over here to try and take advantage of that service. But reality was it didn't fly because it wasn't being used. And now I do realize that there's been a new population added here more recently, but some of it was here at that, actually a bit of it was here at that time. And so we have a bit of, the reason I mentioned the history is that we have a track record, so to speak, and not a good one in terms of volume of business. So I think we need to remember that, and people may have to go some distance, although we are lucky to have places like Coldwater, which is relatively close to this area. I'll say from the fairly large population that's out on coastal Georgian Bay, our first line of resistance is get in a boat and drive to Discovery Harbor in Penetang or Northwest Basin and get an ambulance. So that's where we would get help, but that's a 45-minute boat ride and a 15-minute ambulance ride. So that's the kind of service that we would go after out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate this report. I think the communication is important. And I'll use one example. There's a nurse practitioner in MacTier, and I'm not sure the exact hours, but there is a nursing station there, so operated by an organization out of Parry Sound. You know, I think information like that needs to be shared with our community. There is also a nursing station in Wata, and I do know that some of the people using that station actually use the office here initially, because if I have the story correct, and I may not, the nurse that was practicing here is now practicing in Wausau. Okay, so some people move with her, and so we do have some services in our township, and I don't doubt that sometime in the future, as the demand grows in Port Severn, that there may be one of these organizations may consider opening up a spot in this area again. Yes, and as Councillor Cooper has mentioned, the station that we did open here with a lot of with most of the equipment donated by the Huber family, it didn't get enough business. One of the issues that I know that they faced was this being registered or rostered or whatever the right word is with particular doctors, and that was that was part of our delegation that we made to the I've forgotten his title, but to the ministry at Roma, was that we need services that are, yes, some services are dedicated to a patient list, but other services should be available for people who are not, who have a doctor elsewhere, and that, it's almost like an emergency clinic, even though it may, in this area, may have very restricted hours. And that was heard that we need people, like, for instance, the Wausau station should be funded to the extent that it can receive people at the door who aren't on the, let me call it, local patient list, because they are seasonal residents or haven't got that far yet. So it's not a simple story. I also think that we have to recognize that for our township, the health services are funded by the province and the upper tier, namely the District of Muskoka, not normally the township itself. So that I think we have to be careful in how much of our residents' tax dollars we spend on health services that are to be supplied in theory by higher level governments. But I do very much appreciate this report, and I do appreciate your recommendation of communication, because I'm also hopeful from that communication we may get feedback that we have not received yet as people in our township start considering what is available and therefore what is not. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. The concern that I have with the report is that the recommendations suggest communication, and I don't want to see this die here just because we said, okay, well, we've effectively communicated and therefore now this matter's behind us. Secondly, with respect to healthcare within our communities, although the cost should be borne back onto the province and our upper tier parents, the fact of the matter is that it's not, and we know that. The reality is that there's no money being allocated by current government towards rural areas to better their to better their community nursing programs, and the meetings at Roma perhaps may have been fruitful. I don't know what kind of commitments came out of it. I wasn't privy to the conversation, so I'll defer to you, Your Worship, as you were there. Same with the District of Muskoka. I mean, we very rarely, if any, I don't think in my term of council have I ever seen money flowing downwards to us. Rather, it just seems to go upwards to them and never kind of find a way for a return on that investment back to us. So from that perspective, although the paramedicine unit is likely going to help address some issues, the fact of the matter is it's not going to address what I feel is the crux of the request, which is that we need a doctor or some form of doctor to be seen for new patients as we continue to grow, and we are growing quickly based on what we've seen approved and what OLT has been so nice to pass. So with that said, I initially envisioned that we would have some kind of pilot, a pop-up. It sounds like in past there was failures. I understand that timing, scheduling, they weren't there to address the community when there was peaks. I understand that it wasn't run efficiently, and really we didn't analyze it. The impetus for the motion was to bring in or to create a pilot program that allowed us to determine what was the most optimal times, how much usage we receive, and whether or not there is going to be a long-term sustainable need that we could inevitably scale as our communities continue to grow. So that's still very much on the table. I want to remind everyone of the intent behind it. I don't want to pass this here today only for it to be forgotten then and say, well, we're now going to communicate, and that's kind of the end of where we're going to leave off. So I'm against strictly communicating. I'm all for communication in the sense that, yes, I would agree. It's fantastic that we are out there saying this is what's currently available to us, and that we are actively looking at bettering our community by way of looking at ways we can bring in an MP or so on. But I don't want this to die on the floor here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Breckbill.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. I was just going to actually focus on that communication recommendation as well, just a little bit. I do think there's a lot of value to taking what we know is available in our community and making sure that residents are aware of where they can get urgent care when they need it, especially seasonal residents. Even though they're unlikely to be able to get onto a nurse practitioner list, I think it's an important piece that right now it's not really evident to non-permanent residents where you can go other than the hospitals in Parry Sound and Georgian Bay General Hospital. And I guess the follow-up piece of communication, and maybe it's more of just communication, but is there any kind of opportunity to survey the health practitioners that exist in the township to ask them what they see are the gaps and needs? And perhaps this could be wrapped together into a delegation to district or the province to look at what our residents in our township think are the needs, and see if there's any opportunities for them to reinvest more heavily in this area.
Seal Mariotti.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Yes, so during my research, one of the health units I spoke to was the one in Mactier, which is run by the Parry Sound health team. And so not only do they have a full-time nurse practitioner there in Mactier, but they also have a physician that will travel down from Parry Sound so many times a week. Let's remember that nurse practitioners can do pretty much 99% of what a physician can do. So the fact that we have nurse practitioners is a huge bonus for us. But in asking how are they staffed and whether they need more assistance, because I did say, if you need any assistance, let us know. I did not get that impression that they were in dire straits, that they had a massive waiting list. They do not. Yes, there's always a waiting list, but I didn't get the impression to say we need help now. We're swamped and we can't handle it. And this is in Mactier. In talking with the Cottage Country Family Health team, who operate out of Wata, amongst other places, where, by the way, a lot of people in Oak Bay are actually rostered up in Wata. They're adding some staffing resources there, so there are going to be some more openings this year for people to register there. So this is why my report, in summary, is we need to do a better job at communicating what is out there, because the reality is there's a lot of stuff out there. And yes, we did that pilot in 2014 that councillors Cooper and Bocek talk about, and it didn't go ahead because of the lack of uptake. It's not, Port 7 at the time was not a centre. And while it's getting busier now, we have clinics that are popping up at the same time. So there may not have been clinics back in 2014 that exist now. There's a clinic now in Moose Deer Point First Nation as well that is open to our ratepayers. We have clinics in Coldwater, Midland, Mactier, Wata, Port Carling even. So there are within an average 20-minute drive, or if you are a resident in Mactier, you can walk to your health clinic. That is why my recommendation is, you know, and if I read the crux of the resolution was that council directs, where are we here? The resolution was that council requests a report from staff on the viability of such recommendations to bring a nurse practitioner in-house, and that staff return back to council with the report no later than, you know, this month. It was January, but January we didn't sit, so that's what's coming this month. And so this is the culmination of what I have noticed, and in talking with our partners out there, is that we need to do a better job of letting people know exactly what we have out there, because we're not, you know, I don't think our ratepayers are aware.
Thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for letting me have a second go at this. Greg, one thing I did want to bring to your attention, Mr. CAO, there's a 10-year master plan through the District of Muskoka, and through that 10-year master plan, there's scheduled to be a ambulance station on Muskoka Road 33, Whites Falls Road. The question I have is, there's been talk about the paramedicine that's being used in Mactier would come down to Port Severn to a very similar operation. Maybe it would be housed here at the township, maybe it won't be, but I think the master plan is that we would have access to the paramedicine down here in the southern end of the township. And I'll tell you why that's important, and maybe why it should be encompassed in your report. If you take a case like my own, where if I'm sick, or they have to send an ambulance from Simcoe County up to here. That ambulance then takes me over to Midland. With the paramedicine program, they'll show up at my house, they'll administer the drugs that I need, get me stable, and allow me to stay in my house and not go to a hospital. So I think that's a critical part of our thinking when we're thinking about nurse practitioners and other things, that maybe 75% of this service could be coming from the paramedicine out of the district, especially if they decide to build a new ambulance station within their parameters of the 10-year master plan. So I think that needs to be taken into consideration as well. And to address the mental health issue, yes, we did have a psychiatrist in the building next door here, but that was of his choosing. He rented the space from us. He was a psychiatrist, Dr. Karyakavu, who moved his practice from Midland over to here, so his patients also came over to visit him here in our township. So we've certainly made attempts. We've made a lot of attempts, but I don't think we have it right yet. And I think moving forward, there's a good opportunity to make it right, but it's all based on communications between the province and the District of Muskoka and us all working towards a common goal. Thank you.
Additional comment there, CEO Mayor?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Kraftscik. Just to Councillor Bocek's points, mental health is, I agree 100%. It's huge. And the resources out there, you know, based on my personal experience, not through the research, because the research that I carried out was really specifically related to nurse practitioners and having that kind of a healthcare reviewed. But to your point, mental health is huge. I totally agree on that. The other aspect which you refer to is the paramedicine response and ambulances. And again, my research wasn't really focused on that side of more of an urgent issue, more, you know, non-urgent clinics and drop-ins. But I don't know if I've mentioned this to council, but we are in the process of bringing an ambulance in temporarily for now, an ambulance in here in Port Severn, and it's going to be housed in one of our public works bays. So I think that's great news for the folks here in Port Severn.
Yeah, I think it's important to make the distinction between, I'll call it the 911 calls and the people who are not in an emergency situation but want to confer with a nurse practitioner or a doctor or what have you. And I think you have to be very careful many a doctor will do their best to correct you if you suggest nurse practitioners can do 99% of what doctors can do. They can certainly face patients and answer many things, but at a certain point, it gets escalated to a doctor because of the additional training, as I've been told by a number of doctors. Councillor Graziano, if it's be your third round, make it brief, please.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and I will absolutely make it brief. One of the other things that I think it would be worthwhile, perhaps that staff look into, if we can, if we do receive a subsequent report, is what kind of economic impact would this have on our community, to the betterment of our community, and allow me to unpack that. I mean, with people coming in to use an MP, if they're coming in from outside or from other areas that are surrounding our municipality because they just can't get an MP themselves directly, they're likely going to be coming to the Tim Hortons. They're likely going to be going to the galley. They're going to be likely going to 156 and grabbing lunch and so on. And so I wonder, by having an MP supporting our community and opening up perhaps a small satellite office, whether that would have any long-term benefits to our commercial community. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of comments. One is I am imagining a future at some point when a place like Port Severn Heights gets eventually developed, and they've talked about putting a pharmacy in there. And can you imagine having a nurse practitioner or somebody like that offering additional services? I don't think that's going to happen in 2025, but I like to think that that's going to happen within the next decade. The other thing, I'm going to read the motion now. It's interesting to note that it has 3 recommendations, only the last of which is the communication. Prior to that, just a couple others. So I'm going to go moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Fredko. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to continue monitoring the healthcare situation in the township, and that staff continue to work with partner stakeholders in maintaining awareness of ongoing non-urgent healthcare needs within the township, and that staff embark on a communication campaign to inform township residents of the various options currently available to them, to be completed by the end of the second quarter of the year by the communications department. All those in favor?
Point of order, if I may, Your Worship.
Councilor Graziano?
Thank you. 2 things. I'm going to request a recorded vote, number 1, if I may. Number 2, I'd like to also make an amendment if possible.
I don't know if now that we've called it.
Well, with respect, I didn't want to interrupt you, so hence the reason why I waited.
Quick way, now that you called for recorded vote, we can't amend so, okay, Clerk Way, correct me.
Sorry, I was trying to whisper. It would have to be a friendly amendment because you've already called the vote. So like it would have, we can't like amend.
So there are 3 individual recommendations that are going to be coming before us for a vote. Is that correct? Can we not add a 4th as well?
There's 3 lines to this current motion that I read, yes.
Correct. So if we can add a 4th line and that staff return back, again, continuing on with the viability of an MP, because I don't want this to be where this matter ends. I'm concerned that by voting on what is before us today, that this matter will conclude, and we will not, at least for the immediate future, address the question as to whether or not we bring in an MP under a pilot project.
Councillors Bocek and Fredko, this is your motion, and so you're being asked whether you accept a 4th line regarding a nurse practitioner. Yeah. Councillor Graziano.
Have my mic on through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if we could have Councillor Graziano repeat the friendly amendment before we make a decision on whether to let the amendment go through.
So I'll defer to the clerk on how she wishes to wordsmith the intent of what I'm trying to get at, and maybe she can make some suggestions. But ultimately, I do not want the idea of us seeking a pilot NP to return back to our municipality to die here today. Rather, I'd like to be able to still continue in parallel to our communication strategy and in parallel in conversations with our partner and neighboring municipalities. I still wish to continue having the dialogue and investigating whether or not we can get an MP 1 day a week, 2 days a week, 3 days a week, whatever council so wishes or so wills, back to our community, because I feel that what we are addressing here today is not answering the initial the impetus for the initial request. And yes, I did ask staff to come back with the feasibility of having one, but we really don't have a lot of data as to what it's going to cost us, what kind of usage we're going to see, and so on. Like there's no empirical data here. There's no data, objective data to say these are the participants. This is how many people within our ward or within our community don't have a registered doctor. These are how many people would likely utilize it. This is the core dates that would likely see the most optimal usage, and so on and so on. We just don't have that. We're just being given, hey, let's communicate what we do have and let's move on. And that's the concern that I have.
Your friendly amendment is including a lot of, I'll call it, data gathering by staff.
Well, that was, I think, the initial request was let's look at the feasibility of what this would look like and what it would cost us to implement something like this on a 1 day, 2 day, 3 day, 5 day scale, and how much usage would we see.
C.O. Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsia. I think in the staff report there are financial considerations should council wish to engage the services of a private nursing contractor. So I'll just read them out here. So costs are roughly $100 per hour plus travel and other incidental costs. Alternatively, some nurse practitioners who are setting up their own private practices charge around $75 per visit. At this point, these would be in-home visits, since the township has no space to convert and accommodate a medical office. And those are the financial components should council wish to go ahead and hire additional nurse practitioners for our community. The reason why I did not go into any more detail as to how many days a week do we need to have a nurse practitioner here is because in talking with the various stakeholders, we have the resources right now in and around us to handle the load that we have. The 2014 pilot trial was an indicator that there is not enough critical mass to have someone here in Port 7 in-house. There is someone in MacTier. Down the road, I'm sure there will be a need and there will be a critical mass to have in a doctor's office here in southern Georgian Bay. But right now we have Coldwater and we have Midland. And my understanding is that the health teams will look at the demographics and the population concentration before setting up a practice. So really what we're looking at is more of a private service arrangement, more ad hoc, and those are the costs. It's $100 an hour plus travel or $75 per visit.
Based on, yeah, Councillor Butchuk.
Thank you. I had asked a question of Councillor Graziano and I got my answer, and it's based on whether the two of us are going to allow the amendment to go through. And I wanted to comment on that. I believe I would let the friendly amendment go through based on Councillor Graziano's want for a collection of data. And a collection of data, which would also include, which hasn't been included in this report, is the last time we had a nurse practitioner here, we received funding from a different township. And I believe there's value because Port Severn consists of Severn Township, Tay Township, and Georgian Bay Township. I think part of the communication should be collecting the data from those townships as well and seeing how that would affect the population amount that we would be servicing. So I would be in favor of the friendly amendment that was presented.
The recommendation from our clerk at this point is that actually we now have two motions. the one motion as it exists, and then a new motion introduced by Councillor Graziano, if he can find a seconder, addressing specifically the nurse practitioner situation.
Okay. So I didn't get that.
And I no, well, and I think I appreciate Clerk Way's suggestion, because I think that makes it much clearer. So the first motion, I'm going to read it again just for a reminder, it would be moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council directs staff to continue monitoring the healthcare situation in the township, and that staff continue to work with partner stakeholders in maintaining awareness of ongoing non-urgent healthcare needs within the township, and that staff embark on a communication campaign to inform township residents of the various options currently available to them, to be completed by the end of the second quarter of the year by the communication department. So on that original motion, I'm going to ask all those in favor.
This is a recorded vote?
Oh, I apologize. Thank you for the reminder.
Councillor Graziano, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Hazelton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Jarvis, how do you vote?
He's not here.
Right, sorry. Just going down my list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He votes yes.
Councillor Predko, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Bocek, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Cooper, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mayor Kutsier, how do you vote?
Yes.
Let the motion, let the record show the motion's been carried.
All right, so that was carried 6 in favor, 1 absent. All right, so the second motion, what's been drafted, and hopefully we don't have to do too much rewriting, but it'd be moved by Councillor Graziano and seconded by whoever volunteers. Be it resolved that staff be directed to report back on the implementation of a nurse practitioner, including within the township of Georgian Bay, including costs. Anybody willing to second that motion? Councillor Bocek has seconded that motion. All right, so be it resolved that staff be directed to report back on the implementation of a nurse practitioner within the township of Georgian Bay, including costs. All those in favor? I see 2 in favor. That is defeated. And now, is council willing to go to another topic before we break for lunch? Okay, so now we have in front of us the new business item of fees and charges review of recommendations from the Revenue Optimization Fees Review Report of October 2024. Councillor Predko, can you introduce this item, please?
Yes, I can. I would, and I'm aware of a reconsideration motion is a motion that I can only speak to the consideration and not the merits of the original motion. So I will be confusing and brief. I think back in the summer, we received a report from the Strategy Corp around increases to fees and charges across the municipality. And we passed a motion in the fall to receive that report for consideration in the 2025 budget. But when we got to the budget deliberations, we included all of the $225,000-ish increases in one line item and did not have an opportunity to discuss the background, the implications, and the effect that this would have on our residents. And I feel that in fairness to our residents, especially the ones who are here year long and use our, and as well as seasonal residents who are here in the summertime and use our facilities, that we need to reconsider the section I, which is for fees related to recreation and facilities, as well as the fees associated with the increase in the burn permits. And I think J, I don't have it in front of me right now. Thank you. That's all I can say.
All right, point of clarification to our clerk, if I may. So we have a motion to reconsider. So does that mean then we immediately go into a reconsideration discussion at this point? Or does that mean we wait for a report? Or like how does, I just want to make sure we're following the rules.
This one's a bit of a sticky wicket
That's a good
because
start.
because the fees and charges were based off of report. The report was passed in October or received and adopted in October, but then the actual bylaw that implemented these fees wasn't adopted until December. And there's multiple fees and charges within that bylaw. So it's not a reconsideration of that entire adoption. It's a reconsideration of just certain pieces, which I believe are just those two schedules, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So right now, the initial debate is whether we want to talk about it. And then if we decide to talk about it, then we can talk about it.
Or refer it for a
Or
future.
refer it to another staff report
So,
for evaluation.
I have my mic on. I apologize, Councillor Graziano. I didn't have my mic on. Moved by Councillor, we're going to move by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Graziano. Whereas the revenue optimization and fees review report was received by council and to be considered as part of the 2025 budget deliberations per resolution C 2024-321. And whereas the revenue optimization and fees review report was included in the 2025 budget and the amendments to the fees and charges bylaw were accepted per resolution C 2024-427. And whereas the fees and charges bylaw 2024-104 was enacted per resolution C 2024-438, be it resolved that council resolves to reconsider the following fees and charges from Schedule I, recreation user fees, and Schedule F, burn permit fees. So all in favor of reconsidering those two fee schedules. And I have at least 4 votes already out of the 6, so we know that that is carried. Okay, so now we can proceed to reconsider, and I'm going to start with Councillor Predko because Councillor Predko started this whole thing.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. My perspective is that we have an opportunity to review the reasoning behind the increases. Right now, I think the report that we got from Strategy Corp was a comparison of fees across neighboring municipalities, and it didn't take into account the fees and ability of our local residents to be able to pay the current fees versus increased fees, and whether or not the increased fees would result in a decrease in overall revenue. And I think it would merit a report from staff to provide an analysis of what the implications of this increase would be in terms of what the percentage of increase overall revenue might be, and whether or not there's the potential for lost revenue because people can't afford to pay the increases. And one of the examples I can come up with off the top of my head is the figure skating group in MacTier that rents ice regularly for their organization has traditionally had a difficult time getting their membership to be able to pay their dues, which barely covers the cost of their ice time, and they're frequently in arrears and having special fundraisers to come up with money to meet that shortfall and arrears. So if we're increasing the amount of revenue we're asking for, we potentially will lose revenue because people will start backing out of organizations if the fees are too high, and the implications being that we might not meet the revenue targets that we expected in the budget in the first place. So I believe there's an opportunity for us to further understand the reasoning behind the increases and the implication that it would have in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. So your wish is to send this back to staff for further information before we make any decisions on it.
That's correct.
To
Yes.
refer it.
To refer it.
Is that the right word?
Yes.
Good. To refer this matter. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Bocek, please.
I'd just like to say that I think it would make sense to refer it to our staff and defer it at the moment, I guess is really what we'd be doing. But I'm interested in the one aspect, which is the burn permit fee. I think I don't think it's an affordability thing. I think I don't know that people are going to be bothered. And that was raised before, I think by our fire chief. And so I'm not a big supporter of the burn permit fee. I think it dissuades people from doing it. It's not really an afford. I think it's $10 or something. It's not that much, but
It used to be able to be $20.
well, $20. In any event, I'd prefer not to have any fee on that one. Thank you.
And if I could, through you, Your
Councillor
Worship,
Breckbill.
if I could make a comment on that, why it's included. It's similarly, I think we introduced it with a $10 fee, and the next year we raised it to a $20 fee. I think the optics are poor for our residents, that we're just looking for extra money in our fees, and it's not tied to providing the service. It's tied to comparing it to our neighboring communities, and I would like us to be more value based on items like that. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Similarly, burn permits started off at $0. Then they went to $10. Then they went to $20. And when it came through at $0, I supported it, even though it wasn't going to be effective. I have a burn permit for my home. I don't have a burn permit for my hunt camp. I don't have a burn permit for when I go fishing on Crown property, and I don't have a permit at my work either. So I think it's not formalized the way it should be, and for that reason, and not only that, like I said earlier, if you permit everybody in the township, it's the same as permitting nobody in the township, because the purpose for this was to identify if there's a fire at someone's house. They would look at the permit and say, okay, he's got a permit. We don't need to go check him out. Well, maybe my house is on fire. Who knows? So I don't think it was thought through 100%, and I don't think it's very effective to be charging for a $20 fee, which probably 10% of our population or 10% of our visiting population would even amend to. So I don't think it's of any value whatsoever, and I agree we should be re-looking at the value and the cost.
I guess I have a different angle on all this, with a couple observations. One is that last year we introduced a $10 fee on burn permits, and we issued more burn permits than we ever have in the past. And I believe the number was over 2,000, which suggests that 40-odd% of our residents applied for a burn permit. Okay, no, huge. Well, okay. My point being is that I don't think the going from 0 to 10 actually stopped too many people. I think that one of the real values in the burn permit actually is the fact that then the fire department has a email address for those applicants or those holders of burn permits, and they can inform them on a weekly basis what the fire rating is, which means that they being the residents know that they should not be burning fires of certain types at during certain weeks. I mean, last year was moderate the entire summer, which is, I think, the first time in history we've ever had that. But I think there's that value in it. I also think that if and just allow me to be really broad with these numbers, not specific, but if the choice is, do we charge half our residents $20 for a burn permit because they want them, or do we charge all our residents, in effect through taxes, $10 a burn permit, so that we can say to the half residents who want them, they can have them for free? I mean, it's part of our debate that we go through, and it's going to be the same thing with recreation fees, is to what degree should services be, I'll call it, user paid versus assessment or taxpayer paid? And it's a debate that it's not like there's a right or a wrong or a black or a white or however you want to word it. And I think, we have an interesting council. We have an interesting council that, and it's not unique to us. Come budget time, we want to cut down the rates. We want to lower the tax increase each year. We want to minimize, and yet probably almost every month when we get together, we come up with new ways to spend money. We're asking staff to do items that weren't in the budget, or we're trying to talk new projects. And so there's a real balancing act, and I think we have to consider that. So, I mean, I'm in favor of referring this to staff to give us some of the data that we'd like to reconsider. But I'm also concerned that sometimes we are reconsidering things where we've already voted on them, and, you know, repeating the story a second or third time because you didn't like the outcome the first time isn't necessarily a good use of staff and council. So those are some of my thoughts. If council, I mean, and I'm going to read the draft motion, and that would be it resolved that council directs staff to conduct a review of the user fees of schedules I and F of the fees and charges bylaw and the impact to user, including the impact to user groups. So that would give us some of the data that we could then consider when we debate these more thoroughly in the future. I'm going to go to Councillor Hazelton, please. Okay, then we'll go see how Mariotti first.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Sorry for for jumping in, Councillor Hazelton. The only reason why I'm raising my hand really is the logistics of this resolution, or this motion, which is for staff to go away and do an analysis on how much money we might lose by jacking up our prices. And I'll tell you now, it's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel. I can't really tell you. We are, you know, the resources that we have are such that it's probably going to be easier for the amount of money that maybe council decides to reduce the fees. We're going to spend on trying to come up with some form of an analysis. I can tell you that based on Strategy Corp's assessment, when they recommended adjusting the burn permit fees and the parks, rec, and facilities fees to kind of market rates, that would the burn permits generated or can generate an additional $21,400, and the parks and recs and facilities would generate overall an extra $28,000, assuming that the usage rate remains the same. And I totally understand, Councillor Predko, that there will be some kind of loss in participation, probably because the fee is going to be is going to be a little higher, but I won't be able to tell you how much we're going to be losing of that. And just as a reminder, in terms of the burn permit fees, to Mayor Coetzee's point, it does take staff time and effort to process these the burn permit fees. They're not a moneymaker for us per se. It's more covering our administrative costs. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Hazelton.
So I heard you say that we have an interesting council. I'm delighted to be interesting. And I bought a burn permit over the weekend. Well, I paid my money. I hated it, but it's I kind of look at it as it's a necessary evil. And one of the things that I would like staff to consider, if you're not going to consider the numbers, which I really don't think we need to, there are several members in my family, but it only allows one email. And it would be awesome if I'm filling out a burn permit, if I could put in all of the email addresses of my family members that I would like to be informed of the burn status, which is, as the mayor pointed out, one of the best values of applying for a burn permit. You know, every week, every day, whatever, when it changes. And I think that if we could just modify the thing a little bit so that we can put in another 3 or 4, 5 email addresses, can't be a big change, but it would be a huge impact for our communities, because as we know, we may have 5,500 or whatever properties, but we've got 20,000 population in the summertime. So there's a lot more people than the owners of the property that need to be and would benefit from notification. Thank you.
See you, Marriott.
Voyant Alert. So if you subscribe to Voyant Alert, you will actually get every time there's an announcement on the status of the burning, it will automatically get pushed out to whoever subscribes to that.
That means they need to go and register. I would like to forcibly register for them.
Knowing you and your tech knowledge, you could probably do that. Yes, because most Friday afternoons, I get 3 or 4 or 5 notices of the burn status from various sources. But yeah, Buoyant Alert, I think it tells me twice for some reason. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship, and apologies. I had a bit of a coughing fit earlier that I had to address. Burn permits have been the single most contentious issue, or the costs associated with burn permits have been one of the most contentious issues that I have been addressing recently through socials as well as through direct communication with constituents. They don't see a point behind the costs. They see it as an additional tax. They question why it's not included in their property tax to begin with. If it's a matter of registering, fine. Get them to do it and do it for free, so we understand what's happening. But the $20 fee to them seems to be a fee in which is adding insult to injury. With regards to the recreational user fees, again, we have township assets that are funded through our tax levy. And our residents pay a very, very high price for the property tax that we bill them for relative to other municipalities and larger urban municipalities. And they're offered very, very little fees, or very little services rather. I mean, garbage collection for the most of our municipalities not even present. Garbage has to be brought to a bin, and those bins are likely going to be gone soon, and they're going to have to be brought to a truck, or perhaps the likelihood of them going forward is to bring them to their urban homes or primary residence because they're going to miss the truck or the collection point or times or windows or whatever. And so what I continue to see is shrinkflation by way of services that are offered and increases in fees. And I think a lot of people are recognizing that. They're starting to get to a point where they are prepared to throw rotten tomatoes at us because we just continue to tax them and tax them and tax them and find ways that we can charge them for more and more and more. With respect to what council passes here and the costs associated with council, because there was a comment made with regards to how we continue to increase our budget year over year, I remind us that our property tax increases and compounds year over year. And as a result of that, we're bringing in more now than we were 2 years ago by way of the increases that we've passed and the compounding effect of that. And so at the end of the day, to me, I think that a $20 burn permit is an insult. And I use the analogy that we're a 1-star hotel charging 5-star prices. Okay, this is something that I feel is unacceptable. And as such, I'm going to be vocal about it on behalf of my constituents who have constantly asked me, what is the intent of a $20 burn permit fee? Why are we paying $20? If it's a participation, if it's a registration, if you want to know when we're burning and what we're burning, do it for free. It's going to stimulate, it's going to make people want to work with us. But when we're charging for it and we're charging them the heavy costs that we do in property taxes, I personally perceive this as a fee that's nothing more than just an additional dip. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Just to reply to CAO Mariotti's comments about to just leaving the increases zero for this year. I mean, that's not necessarily what I would think staff would need to do. One of the issues that I would see is that some of these fees, like the burn permit, we've talked about it a little bit, but some of the other recreational items and user fees have gone up 40–60% on a line-by-line basis when we go through the Strategy Corp report. It would be nice to see a smaller, maybe over a couple of years, 3–4 year graduated increase, so that we're not hitting residents all on year one. And I think that's the concern, that both the what is visible to the residents, that they're getting hit. I think ice time went from $50 an hour to $80 an hour. You know, previously a family could feasibly rent ice for an hour for $50. They would really think twice if it was $80. So maybe this year it's $60. And you can look at future years to kind of keep that going up to market value. But I'm really just looking at how do we maintain affordability for the residents. And I don't want to add tariffs, but people are already really mindful of potential inflation that's coming their way. So just what we can do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no more hands, I will read the motion. It's moved by Councillor Pedco, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council directs staff to conduct a review of the user fees of Schedules I and F of the Fees and Charges bylaw, including the impact to user groups. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I have 3 in favor, 3 against. So all those against, just confirming. So that is defeated. Tie vote is defeated. We left behind item O under the consent agenda. And so now I'll read the motion. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved, the report regarding the fees and charges bylaw 2024-104, housekeeping updates and amendments be received, and that a bylaw to approve the amendments to the fees and charges for 2025 be presented for adoption at the February 3rd, 2025 meeting of Council for approval as amended. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. I have at least 4 in favor, so that is carried. Thank you. All right. Maybe we should have a lunch break before we go to, and then after lunch we'll do all the bylaws and we'll do the closed session. So, Councillor Hazelton, you may make a comment.
So we've been talking about finance, and I just want to report in on what a resident shared with me. I think all of us are being plagued with emails about tariffs, both sides of the border, and this resident suggested to me that we should entertain the idea of having a 25% tariff on all of the U.S. resident owned properties, and potentially implement that in phase 2 of our tax bill, and then take all of the revenues that are generated from that process and use that to supplement the local property owners who are going to be hit hard by these tariffs and have their cost of living skyrocket. So it's an idea to contemplate, given that tariffs have just started, and perhaps we'll bring that forward for discussion at another meeting. But certainly it sounded like an interesting proposition. Put a little pain on the Americans who own property up here and get them to be much more vocal in their position with the new dictator in the States.
So you're suggesting the consideration of the possibility of adding, I'll call it a surcharge to property taxes of U.S. owners.
Correct.
Is that legal? I'm going to our treasurer.
Through you, Mayor Coetzee, to members of council, I don't believe through the Property Assessment Act that would be something that we could do. You could look at an additional fee that we could look at. However, we wouldn't be able to implement it through the tax bill.
Not that I want to go down this road, but I suspected that is something we're not allowed to do in that design. So I'll leave it with you to become more creative if you want to try to present it for consideration. I'm going to call a break. How about we meet at 1:15? I'll give you 40 minutes lunch. That's suitable to everybody? I think that's 40 minutes, isn't my math correct? Okay, so let's reconvene at 1:15, please. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone to the after lunch portion of our meeting today. And the first thing in front of us is to pass 10 bylaws, and we've segregated them into a couple different groups. First of all, Councillor Graziano, the first vote we're calling for does not include short-term rental bylaws, just for your information. We've also excluded the fees and charges bylaw, and we've excluded the Community Advisory Committee appointments simply because those can't be done until after closed. So the first bylaw, I'm going to suggest we try to pass them as the first being 6 of the items. If there's any, and I'll list which they are, and if there's any concerns with any of them, we'll pull them out. But what I have initially is moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council enact the following bylaws. 2025-004 Community Emergency Management Coordinators appointments. That's item A. Or item B is 2025-005 Dark Sky Bylaw Amendment. And C is 2025-006 Dark Sky Bylaw AMPS Amendment. And the fourth item would be F, the 2025-007 MLEO appointment. And G, which is 2025 interim tax levy, that would be 25008. And finally, I, 2025-009 non-union remuneration. So those are 6 of the 10 bylaws that are listed. And I'm then going to say, moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Cooper, be it resolved that Council enact the following 6 bylaws. All those in favor? And that is passed. I saw at least 5 votes in favor. Okay, so that's 6. So now, moved by Councillor Bochek, second by Councillor Hazen, be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-010 for fees and charges. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, I make 3. By the way, these do not include the 2 sections that you were debating about. Okay, now it's passed. And now, Councillor Graziano, we're going to do short-term rentals, and I believe you declared a conflict on this. Yep. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that Council enacts bylaws 2025-011 for short-term rentals bylaw amendment, and 2025-012 short-term rental bylaw AMPS amendment. All those in favor? And that is carried. All right. So we've now passed 9 of the 10 bylaws, and the 10th one we will we'll discuss when we get back out in open. But in the meantime, moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close the meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following section of 239(2). Special Council Training Closed Minutes, December 3rd. Special Council Training Closed Minutes, December 4th. Council Closed Minutes, December 9. Council Closed Minutes, December 24. Council Closed Minutes, January 9. Council Closed Minutes, January 14. And Council Closed Minutes, January 24. As well as legal files listing. And finally, Sustainable Communities Advisory Committee appointment. Now be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of council at 1:22 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. So are we're moving in there, and Councilor Graziano, does he have to?
Leave the Zoom, close out of Zoom, and then go into Teams. Correct. Thank you.
All right. Okay, all right, so council, once, we have the two buddies on the one side together. Do I see Councillor Hazelton on screen?
No, because it said I can't join me.
Okay, what, can you be a buddy of your buddy, Councillor Cooper?
What?
Temporarily?
Forget that.
Okay, so we still have 5 people present, displayed across the top, and Councillor Graziano, so we are at 6.
He's already in the meeting.
So we want to do it twice.
Okay,
Twins.
so, okay, let's see if we can get through these motions now. Moved by Councillor Pretko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Council Township of Georgian Bay rise from close at 1:50. I can't even read my things. 1:56. Thank you. All those in favor, and that is carried. All right. Be it resolved, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the December 3, 2024 Special Council Training Closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? I'm going to go through half a dozen of these. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council adopts the... You should have had all these in one.
I should have.
Be it resolved, the Council adopts the December 4th, 2024 Special Council Training Closed minutes, and the December 9th, 2024 Council Closed minutes, and the December 24, 2024 Council Closed minutes, and January 9, 2025 Council Closed minutes, and the January 14th, 2025 Council Closed minutes, and the January 24, 2025 Council Closed minutes. All those in favor of those half dozen closed minutes, and that is carried. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Mitra Doherty be appointed to the Sustainable Communities Advisory Committee, and that the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group members listed in the closed report 2025-019 be removed, and that the Sustainable Communities Advisory Group appointment bylaw be brought forward, and that individuals impacted by the updated appointment bylaw be advised as necessary. All those in favor? And that is carried. Which leads me to, moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved that Council Act Bylaw 2025-013, Sustainable Communities Advisory Committee appointment to include the following appointments. Councillor Brian Bocek, Councillor Stephen Pretko, Lisa Hutchison, Paul Wienko, Tracy Fitchett, and Mitra Doherty, and non-voting members Elena Arnold from the Georgian Bay Biosphere and John Main from Severn Sound Environmental. All those in favor? And that is carried. Oh, you're stroking this out.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I had a little stroke.
Moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Alan Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Council adopts Bylaw 2025-014 to confirm the proceedings of the February 3rd, 2025 Council meeting. We just did. And thank goodness your mic was off, so you won't be publicly embarrassed by your question. Okay, so we're now moving to confirm the proceedings. All those in favor? All right, we see enough hands. I've called you out there. Eh? Moved by Councillor Cooper, second by Councillor Pretko. Be it resolved, Council now adjourn at 1:59. There you go, Councillor Pretko, until February 10th, 2025 at 2 p.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.